So we welcome all to the CG United Super 50 tournament here at the Queen's Park Oval between this important match, the Jamaica Scorpions versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So we are really pleasure to be here this morning at this famous Queen's Park Oval, what would be considered the mecca of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. 133 years that this establishment has been around, and it's certainly a pleasure to have all of you cricket fans around the world, and especially our cricket fans in the West Indies. And this morning we have with us Astel Wren, who will be joining us for this important clash at the Oval. Good morning, Astel.
Good morning to you, Adrian, and thank you so much for the introduction. As you said, the Queen's Park Oval is a place of history, a place where it was considered the mecca of cricket. Once you come to the Queen's Park Oval, it's a place in which history is made. Careers are made down here, and some men end their career here. But as you mentioned before, Adrian, this is a very, very important encounter, and we see play will start promptly. As there was some rain overnight and there was some rain yesterday, but the Queen's Park Oval is such a place that is have a tremendous draining system, and plus we have nice sunshine, good weather for cricket. As we look at things unfold in the middle, we see the opening batsmen and the players out there. So Adrian, it is a pleasure being here with you.
Certainly, Astel. It really is a pleasure for me also. And as we look at Kavim Hodge, who would be picking up the attack from the, this would be the northern end. And he bowls here to John Campbell, and he pushes right away just to that short third man region there. And no run added to the total here. The first delivery by Kavim Hodge. We see spin introduced right away. It gives you a sense of the pitch. It's a dry pitch, and we know that batting first wouldn't be such a bad idea here. That is swept down to the fine leg boundary, and there'll just be 2 runs. Oh, and that's 4 runs by John Campbell. There's a bit of a misfield there still.
Oh, yes, indeed. John Campbell, he came across, he swept it, and swept it fine. There was a chase by the fieldsman. He went all the way down, but the Queen's Park Oval is such a lovely outfield. It is a nice carpet to be on, and the ball just left him and raced away to the boundary. As you mentioned before, Adrian, the wicket, they started with spin, the left arm spin of Kavim Hodge. So it tells you that there's something there for the slower bowlers. They know something that we don't know.
Definitely. And yeah, from looking at it this morning, I had the opportunity to be out there. It seemed dry, and the Jamaica, they won the toss. They decided to have a bat first, and it's not a bad decision. The only suspect would be that there is the possibility of rain after lunch, and we have seen that in the tournament so far. So we'll see how that goes. We know that usually in the shorter format of the game, the team batting second always have that slight advantage when there's that chance of rain around. So we will see how that turn out at the back end of this innings. The Windward Islands, speaking to some of the players, they were not disappointed by bowling first, because they are aware of that weather in the second half of this game.
Oh, yes, indeed. As we see, Hodge comes in again to bowl to the right-handed. He seems to be, that man is Carlos Brown. Yes, and Brown comes forward, pushes in, square of the wicket, and they went through for a very easy and casual single. So, Adrian, I mean, as the wicket is dry, and the team batting first will look to have a good total.
Yeah, definitely. And 2 runs here right away. Good running here by the skipper, John Campbell. And yeah, that would be the plan of the Jamaica Scorpions. They'll try to see as much as they could get from this wicket, because they believe the advantage of batting first is greater than rain coming at the back end. But we are yet to see how that goes. Oh, and he's hit on the pad there, but looks like just outside the off stump. So that's the end of the first over, 8 without loss.
8 without loss, indeed. And the wicket seems to be that last delivery that misbehaved a little, that had Campbell been guessing or I'm in doubt about it. But it seemed to be playing at a good pace, and the bounce is quite even. It's nice to see John Campbell leading this team again, because he has been around West Indies cricket for quite a while. And I mean, and seeing him leading from the front, it is really a phenomenal. And he's a good batsman, a good player.
Yeah, certainly an attacking batsman, and if he gets going here, it would really be a interesting matchup here, especially in this first power play. You see, Carlos Brown would be taking his strike to the new bowler from that would be Darius Martin, and he'll be bowling from the Joey Carew end. Oh, that would be the end there. So very interesting. We know that there's this bonus point system that if you score at 6 runs and over and you don't lose more than 2 wickets, you get 1 batting point.
Oh yes, I mean that is a very interesting development this season, the point system, because it is an incentive to the batting team, the bowling team, and the batsmen and the bowlers to really look to have to get those points. And every stage of the game, there are points to gain. So Adrian, it is a good attraction for regional cricket and for the players out there.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something that Coach Sammy really implemented, because he believes that in this 50 over format of the game, this will stay on. That's a beautiful delivery there by Martin, swinging away to Brown. So a really good delivery by him. And yeah, as I mentioned, Coach Sammy believes, our rankings in the 50 over format is not the best. We ranking somewhere around the number 9, number 10 region, and we have to qualify now for these 50 over world tournaments, ODI tournaments. And he believed that this system here, which some of the other world teams use around the world, they use something similar to this, and he believes this could be a good strategy in improving our 50 over format game.
Oh yes, indeed, and that's a short one there from Martin. It was dug in short. The batsman get across, but he just ducked and allowed it to go through to the wicketkeeper. So as we can see, the Jamaican Scorpions, they started with spin from one end and pace from the other end, and Martin seemed to be getting some lift and some movement as early as his first over. So it is an interesting time that we are looking at.
Yes, that one there, some good deliveries there. I think he's hitting that 5th stump line already. He's on the money here, Martin. Oh, and that's a really good delivery, really asking questions here to the Jamaica Scorpion batsman, Brown on strike, and he's really having to make that decision. We know that it's already 4 dot balls in the over, and we know how important dot balls is in this version of the game. We know also the bowling team has the opportunity that if they get 3 wickets in the first power play, which is over 1 to 10, they also get a bowling point. So there's a nice little contest here. Jamaica looking at 6 runs and over, not losing more than 2 wickets, and Jamaica now. And Windward Islands trying to get that 3 wickets before the first power play.
Interesting development indeed, and cleverly and well explained there by Adrian Barrett. Most of you will know Barrett as a former national and West Indies player with some reputation, so he knows the Queen's Park over well. He knows the region, and he has toured to Australia and other places. So this man knows exactly what he's talking about when he points to the point system and explains it to you all.
Thank you, Astel. So just following up from where I left off in the game. So yeah, it's happy to be here again, of course. Being on this side of the rope, it's interesting, something I always wanted to do, and that's the end of the second over. It's 8 without loss.
8 without loss. I mean, no major alarms there. It's just Martin had 2 or 3 lovely deliveries. 2 left the batsman, and 1 caused him to go under, to duck under. So it is a good start, a quiet start. 8 on the board for without loss, and we are into the third over. And let's see what unfolds there.
Yeah, Kavim Hodge here, really trying to use the dryness on the pitch this morning. It's a usual ploy we see these days in the shorter format of the game where teams usually now open with spin bowling. We would have seen that started with the Trinidad and Tobago team during the Champions League, and that's pushed for one run there by Campbell. And the likes of Samuel Badri was one of those first bowlers to really, how to say, capitalize on that opportunity to open even since the Stanford tournament, he started that opening the bowling, Samuel Badri. So it's something that Trinidad and Tobago and Darren Ganga, they were ahead of their time when it comes to this opening with spin bowling with the new ball.
Oh yes, indeed. I mean, and that's a very good ploy because you have the spinners have a hard ball, a new ball. So and some batsmen, some opening batsmen don't like to face spin bowling very early in their innings.
Oh yes, and that's worked out there to the square leg region by Brown. And as you were making that point, yes, as a opening batsman myself, I always find it awkward for me batting spin because it's not something that we're used to. Now in the modern game, youngsters now would realize it's a normal procedure to open with spin. But in my days, it was sort of like taboo to open or bat spin in the first over, first ball of a game. So it's probably now these batsmen, they have to get used to it. It's something that is happening all around the world. Sometimes we even see Sunil Narayan, we see it happens in the IPL, the CPL. Akil Hussain is very popular for it. You know, sometimes he don't even spin it much. He just literally swings the ball. It actually swings into the right hander. So it's a really good ploy now in this shorter format of the game. And that's reverse sweep there into the well, that would be the backward point region as he reverse sweeps. So 2 runs there added to John Campbell. We see his intent here. He's looking to be positive and really a interesting start here by the Jamaica Scorpions with that reverse sweep here in the 3rd over. That's driven straight back. Pretty close call there. Almost had him, Kavim Hodge, sort of awkwardly driving.
Yeah, I thought that one must have it didn't come through as much as Campbell wanted, but he went through with the shot. Had Kavim Hodge been one of those bowlers who followed through during their respective deliveries, then he might have been able to bring off a simpler catch. But he's one that every time he delivers the ball, he stands up a little. So anytime it goes to the left or the right of him, he has to check and then go for it. Some bowlers, they have this slight follow through, so it makes it easier for them. That one there was a very, very close call indeed, and I think Campbell is very fortunate to be wrong at this time.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. So Campbell now will be facing Martin.
Darius Martin here.
Oh, and that's a big wide down the leg side there by John Campbell. And we see here already that Martin having to make that adjustment here, the right hand, left hand combination. And he bowled really well, as you would have saw in his first over. He bowled really good to the right hand batsman. We saw him hitting that 5th stump line, even 6th stump line, had the batsman asking questions. So now he having now to make that adjustment now to the left hander. He has to readjust. We see he's bowling now wrong the wicket now. So you know, it's always interesting for him now bowling from this angle. So he has to make that adjustment here, bowling from this angle. Yeah, down the leg side again. So that's wide.
Interesting point you made there, Adrian, because some bowlers and some teams they go for the left hand right hand combination, and some bowlers they have difficulty in adjusting to the left hand right hand combination. Well, I'm not saying that Martin has a difficulty at this time. He may be just be hitting the wrong spot, but you can see the adjustment has to be made because when he's bowling to the left hander, he has to bowl to one link, and then when he switches across, he has to make that adjustment.
That's right, and and that's a no ball now. So he's over the wicket now. So he just changed from wrong to over the wicket, and now that's a free hit now to Campbell. So um, really interesting development here for him. So in this format of the game, there's not much time where to learn on the job because these batsmen are coming at you. So and then a free hit here now, which Campbell here would be really looking. This changes the game a lot. A free hit, if it goes all the way for six, the confidence of the batsman, it goes all the way up. Oh, that's well bowled there in the block hole. A well bowled free hit.
Well, yes, indeed a well bowled free hitter. And you can see he was having some problems, adjusting to his line, but the free hit, he got it right. He switched from around the wicket to over the wicket, and he got it right on this occasion. The batsman was unable to get any extra runs or bonus runs.
Yeah, and from looking at it there, it was a pretty close on the white line again for that no ball call. So he just probably got away with it. Yeah, really tight on that white line there. You need to be careful here, Martin, because he's already bowled 2 wides and no ball, and there's still 4 balls remaining in the over.
Oh, it is a pretty long over. It will take him some while before he completes this one because Martin he's adjusting to the the left right combination, and I think John Campbell will not allow him to have anything loose. He is going to put it away.
And that's walked down to fine leg. No run there. Oh, good backing up there by the Windward Islands. So we see here that Martin here still struggling a bit with that line here to the left-hander. As I told you, he looks good to the right-hand batsman. So you'll see how he goes. Bowling to John Campbell, and he would be looking to, obviously be trying to get that ball to swing away, if not straighten and wrap him on the pad. Oh.
Well, at least you call it right, Adrian, because John Campbell attempted a big heave, you could call that. He missed completely, and the ball cannon into his pad. But it wasn't on the wicket. It was leaving going maybe down leg or down the leg.
Oh, and that's a no ball.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's not a no ball. But I think he got away with that from John Campbell because he fell over a bit.
Exactly.
Probably expecting that he's going to bowl outside the off stump. And he fell over and he missed that opportunity there for maybe a boundary because he really went hard at it. Big gap there on the leg side boundary. Only 2 fielders out, a third man and a sort of wide-ish fine leg, almost like a deep backward square. And that's a no ball again, still.
Yes,
so
indeed. Yes, so he's really struggling to really get his line right because I believe he is thrown off with the left-right combination. As we saw in his opening over, he was brilliant in his first over, but this over, he's all over the shop. And he's overstepping the line too, which is allowing the batting team to get a free hit. Yeah. And when you get a free hit, well, it's a bonus. It's a lottery.
Oh, and that should be 4 runs there to John Campbell. Well controlled shot. Played it really fine. And not over hitting the ball. Normally when batsmen see a free hit, they tend to want to hit the leather of the ball. But he decided to control it and was able to get 4 runs off of it.
Yes, indeed, that's sensible cricket from John Campbell because, as you mentioned, Adrian, some batsmen, when they see a free hit, they want to hit the lead out of the ball. They want to hit the ball out of the ground, indeed. But Campbell took his time. He was patient, and he just guided along to pass the fine leg, and it went all the way. It had the same result as for a boundary, so well deserved.
And that's a really quick single, Willie. Oh, and that was a really close. I guess he's in safely. You'll see here now. just have to wait for that replay to come back up. But that's the end of the over. It's 24 without loss. So a really long over there. 9 balls that last over that we saw. So Martin is pretty happy that over is finished.
Well, I'm sure his captain will be happy too. I mean, and he will be breathing a sigh of relief to having a 9-ball over. It's not often that that fast bowlers like to bowl 9-ball overs. I know some time ago in Australia there was 8-ball overs, but this time around he went one more.
Yeah, and that would have been a legitimate 8-ball back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah, so Hodge here continuing from the northern end at the famous Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. So really a ground with a lot of history in it. And that's swept there on the leg side would be just 1 run to Campbell. He's now going at a runner ball, 17 from 17. Carlos Brown, 4 runs from 10. So we see that the Jamaica Scorpions, they're losing more than 2 wickets. The entire standings, you will see some teams that have a loss, like 1 loss, and they're still above some teams. So we see that batting, those bonus points coming into play.
Very much so. I mean, it is an excellent idea, a good incentive for the players and for the teams batting and the team that is batting. So it is a very good incentive indeed. And you can see the Jamaica Scorpions there on course to pick up their first set of points. I mean, if things goes according to plan.
Yeah, definitely an arm ball there by Kavim Hodge. Could have seen it from the hands. So, yeah, 2 balls remain in this over here now. Very good over, 2 runs off it.
Just going back to that run out there, I thought it was John Campbell was a brave man because he was going towards the danger end, and the fieldsman was very close to him.
That's the end of the over. 2 runs off of it, so they really pulled it back there. 26 without loss after 5.
Not bad indeed. Jamaica Scorpions, they won the toss and decided to bat first. So at the Queen's Park Oval, the ground is not bathed in sunshine, but there is sunshine. And from what we saw overnight and the weather forecast, it's looking like if we should have a full display, barring once we get past the lunch period or the break of innings. That is where things happen in the afternoon time.
Yes.
But presently, we are experiencing good play and some good cricket.
Yeah. So from the forecast here, we know we live in the tropics, and the weather forecast is really hard to predict. Things change all the time here, living on a small island. And we see here at 1 p.m. there's a possibility of rain between 1 to 3 p.m. And that's sort of usual around after lunch and this time of the year, the daytime heating, and then we get those torrential downpours after lunch. So there's that possibility, but as the day go along, that could change. It could have no rain, but there's that possibility when the Windward Islands turn come to bat.
Oh yes, indeed.
Oh, that's lovely. Driven down the ground there by Carlos Brown. That would be 4 runs. Textbook off drive there by him.
Okay, exactly. I mean, a lovely shot indeed. And then there's no better sight but to see it. And it's 4 runs all the way.
And a free hit there again.
And a free hit again.
Yeah.
Oh yes, because I'm now seeing the umpire. He's signaling to the scorers what is happening. And I mean that is 4, and plus you have a free hit again.
Yeah, so not a good start again by Martin.
Yeah. So Martin is really going through the mills at this time. He is under some pressure.
It's a free hit. Oh, wow. And that's going a mile for 6 over long on.
So, I mean, 2 deliveries and 10 runs on the board. I mean, Brown is really going after him at this time because he played a lovely street drive, and then it was a free hit, and he went for broke on this one. This one is wherever it was pitched, he went for it, and it went all the way for the maximum. So it's 10 from 2. Adrian.
Yeah, think someone really needs to talk to Martin here, get him to settle on a bit. It's on the leg side again, so very fortunate to get away from with that. Left or right of that short fine leg, there would have been 4 runs and another free hit. So someone really needs to have a word with him just to, calm him down.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, because you don't want a situation, where you have another 10 ball over again. You really just want, yes, they are looking for wickets. Of course, they need to be attacking, but at the same time, you really don't want that. The scoring rate now at 7.3, and this doesn't do too well for his confidence also, Martin, because this being a big tournament is televised all over the world, and it does put a lot of pressure on you, knowing that everyone's looking, everyone in the region, the selectors, and it could have some pressure on you as a fast bowler sometimes. And that's 4 runs again.
lovely
through the
shot
covers.
indeed. Through the covers there. He pitched up and Brown played a lovely shot. I mean, it is a typical West Indian Caribbean shot. Adrian, I recall having seen you play one or two of those during your playing days.
Yeah, it's one of the nicest cricket shot to look at in the book, the cover drive. But unfortunately, it being here free hit for the Windward Islands team. The Jamaica Scorpions would be happy with their start, 42 in 5.2 overs, going at close to 8 runs over. So this would be a really interesting way to see how this, because they actually had a really good power play in their last game also. 90 for, yeah, the Jamaica scored 90 for 1 in their power play, their last power play.
Lovely indeed.
Against that would have been against the campus team, not the campus team, sorry, the academy, the West Indies Academy at the UE Spec. So they are having those good starts. Kirk McKenzie, he got 90 in that game against them. So Jamaica are getting these good starts, which they would be happy with.
Excellent start indeed. They are now 42 without loss in the sixth over, you could say, and it's a good start. But Adrian, I'm not seeing anybody going up to the bowler and having a word with him.
Wow, gets away with that again. They're good fielding there by that, like the Amberson cover. So I definitely so. Hopefully it is happening. Sometimes from our angle, what I mean, normally you expect someone to actually go up and talk to him. But
yes, indeed, true.
Yeah, but hopefully that the guy there in mid-off, the captain, I think that is Sunil Ambrose in mid-off.
Yes, that is it.
So he would be having a word with him.
Yeah, maybe he's transmitting from afar.
Yes,
because
yes.
I know from some captains get closer to you.
Yes, correct. Yes, of course. That's the way it's usually done.
Yes, especially when you have your bowler struggling at a time. The skipper comes up in your face and he tells you, well, I mean, calm down. He tries to get you to be as calm as possible and to concentrate on the task ahead and not to be flustered. But maybe Ambrose and him has this liaison where they dialogue from afar.
Yeah, definitely. And 1 ball remaining in this over. So let's see how Martin finishes. And 1 run off of it. So a pretty expensive over there. So at the end of the 6th over, it's 45 without loss.
45 without loss. Excellent start. A good start indeed. And Jamaica continues to really have these good starts during this tournament. And I say kudos must go out to John Campbell and to his partner Carlos Brown. It is nice to see the players, the batters pressing for the incentive points, for the bonus points, and making every opportunity to really play good and exciting cricket and at the same time bring out the best from the team and have good cricket indeed.
Definitely so. And we see Hodge here continuing from the northern end, and he would be bowling round the wicket now to the right-handed Brown. So we'll see how this matchup goes here to the right hand. We know the left hand bowler here loves to bowl at that. And that 4 runs there by Brong, not mixing any matters, as he cuts to the backward point region. Excellent shot by Brong.
Excellent shot indeed. Well described there, Adrian. Because Brown started to move very slowly. He was watchful, and now he's beginning to blossom. And that is what batting is about. Once you're a batsman, you assess the wicket, you assess the pace and bounce, and you assess the bowlers, and then after that you go after them. And he's doing exactly that. That's a lovely shot indeed. As Jamaica Scorpions, they raced to 49 without loss in the 7th over.
Yes, and as you mentioned that his start, and that's the dangerous thing about giving free hits. It really helps the batsman. That is like a confidence booster, and that should be out there and is beautifully taken there in mid-off. And that's the end of Carlos Brong. Hodge now picking up his first wicket, and the Jamaica Scorpions now are 49 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Oh yes, it is sad to see Carlos Brong goes, because he was now beginning to really step on the gas. But I think he didn't get fully over that ball.
Yeah.
Went through with the shot, and he put it right down the mid-off. The mid-off mid-off fieldsman, you could say White mid-off, and he pulled off a magnificent catch indeed. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they're now 49 for 1 in the 7th over. So it is when it lasted, it was pretty good to have the 2 openers there entertain us for at least the first 7 overs.
Yeah, definitely a good start by them. Obviously, Brong would have been looking to make use of that start, but as you mentioned there, he wasn't able to really get over the ball. I think the pace of Kavim Hodge really outdone him there. It came in with some pace, and I don't think he was able to get that elevation over it. So sometimes as a batsman, it's either you're deciding to go really hard over, you're looking to go over the top, or you have to decide if you're going on the ground. Anytime you try to go in between, that is where you find yourself in trouble, where you could end up hitting it straight to, in this case, we see hitting it straight to the middle field, and not the middle fielder actually had to dive a bit forward too. So really in between shot there by Brong, and he paid the price for that, and he would be kicking himself for that, because it was there to hit. But I believe he could have hit that one all the way on the ground, because there's a quick outfield here. Once you hit it left or right of the fieldsman, it's 4 runs here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, he paid the ultimate price by being indecisive. Because as you mentioned, Adrian, you need to be decisive in exactly what you're going to do. If you're going for the big one, or you're going all along the ground.
So the new batsman in Kirk McKenzie, who is in some form. As I mentioned, he scored 90 in that game this last week, which should have been, I believe, that was Saturday. So he works that one into the onside there. So Kirk McKenzie, West Indies test batsman, really strong through the covers. So he would be looking to, close to that front pad there by Kirk McKenzie. Kavim Hodge there, really looking to get the attack. He's one wicket, 21 runs from his fourth over, and his last one in the over. And he finishes his over, and it's 49 for 1 from 7.
49 for 1 of 7, and a very good over from Karim Hodge there, because Hodge, he really he picked up the wicket off Brong, and he had some questions from the new batsman. He's having a pretty good spell, Adrian, because he started the attack, and he's still bowling at this time, and he's really doing well. He's doing a good job for the Windward Islands.
Yes, definitely so. And I think he's doing exactly what the captain is asking him to do. And you know that plan, they would have had that plan, and it's always important when the bowlers could really execute their plan. It makes the job easier for the. So we have a bowling change here from the southern end at the Queen's Park Oval. And see spinner again here being introduced. So we'll have spin from both ends. So the captain here not mixing any matters. He realized that spin is looking like the team of the day, spin bowling. So we have Demba, who will be bowling here now, Kenneth Demba. And he will be bowling his first over here. Right arm off spin to the Kirk Mackenzie, who hits it till long off. Gets away to that for a single here. And Jamaica's well on course here. The only how they wouldn't get that batting point is if they lose 2 wickets under 6 runs and over in that 10 overs. If they lose 3 wickets, they need to be at 8 runs and over in the power play to get the batting point.
I see.
Yeah. So a bit of cat and mouse, and that's a wide delivery there by Demba. Let's see how much turn. Yeah, some turn there already. Pitch is wide, but it has some revs on it already. Oof. It's turning. So a good sign here for if you are a spinner playing this game. Good signs already. Oof. Beautiful delivery there again. And the off spinner love to bowl at those left-handers, getting it to spin away. And on occasions they will get that one to straighten, and it puts that batsman in trouble playing for that spin, and it sometimes will just take the edge or just hit the pad and straighten. So let's look out for the straight one here from Demba. Oof. Yeah.
Yes, there's no better sight on the cricket field to see the off spinner bowling against the left hand batter, and the ball leaving him, and when he's thinking that it will leave him, it goes straight through sometimes.
Oh, and that's hit there over the top there, and that would be 4 runs to Kirk Mackenzie, who loves to play through the covers, through that extra cover region, and he will enjoy that shot there as a confidence booster for him.
Yeah, I mean, for him to play that shot against Denver, who seemed to have some spin on the ball, he has to be a man in tremendous form, because it was really, really executed with so much timing in it.
And that's well played there by Kirk Mackenzie, and at the end of the over, it's 6 runs off of it, 55 for 1 of 8.
Yeah, so we see Kirk Mackenzie, well, on entry, he's really doing well here.
Yeah, so we see here on the screen the first power play, so you need to score at 6 runs per over, cannot lose more than 2 wickets, or if you score at 8 runs per over, you cannot lose more than 3 wickets, and that is where you get the batting point. So, and that is in power play 1, from 1 to 10 overs, and that is the Jamaica Scorpions are on course for that. This is the batting bonus power play for the batting team. And there's also a bonus point for the bowling team also if they get 3 wickets in the power play, in the first power play. And in the second power play, you score at 5 runs per over, and you cannot lose an additional 4 wickets. So a separate 4 wickets, in additional to the wickets you probably would have lost. You cannot lose more than 4, and you get another 1 point. And then in that third power play, you score at 3 runs per over, and obviously you cannot get bowled out in the third power play. And then there's another point too, as we see here, if you score 300 plus, and then if you complete a chase, if you bat in second, and if you complete it with around a 90 over, and that's driven through the covers there by Kirk Mackenzie. Sorry, that's John Campbell, 2 left-handers there. And he's off the beautiful start there again, hitting that through the covers. So John Campbell here continuing in his form and fashion, even after that wicket there. So the Jamaica Scorpions are on their way for that 1 batting point in this power play. So they would be very proud of that. So a bowling change. Eugene would be bowling from the this would be the northern end here. 2 off spinners would be taking up the attack now to the left-hander. So we see the obvious ploy here still, that they are really, horses for courses. The 2 left-hand batsmen trying to get that off spinner here to get the ball leaving the left-hander. And that's hit down the ground here. Well fielded there by Kavim Hodge. And just one run here added to the total. So that obvious ploy, bowling these right-arm off-spinners to the two left-handers. So a good bit of a competition here within the game to see how these two left-handers would play these two off-spinners.
Yes, indeed. It is a good ploy by Ambrose, indeed, because the ball from the off spinners will be leaving the left-handed batsman, and batsmen don't like doesn't like too many balls leaving them, because you have to make that adjustment as a batter, and you must get over it. You must get around it to really play and get maximum use of the scoring shots.
Yes, definitely, and that's the end of the over, the ninth over, and it's 60 for 1, and that would be a batting point there for the Jamaica Scorpions. So congratulations to them there. Somewhat what would be considered a perfect power play so far. Still have one more over, and we see the Barbados Pride on top the points table here at the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. They played 3 games, win all 3, and they have 13 bonus points. The Leeward Island Hurricanes played 3, 14 points. The TNT Red Force played 3. They lose 1 game with 13 points. So we see the difference here with the bonus point, how it really plays, because with with an actual victory, you get 6 points. So even though it's 6 points, some teams could get a lot of bonus points, and it could actually compensate even if you lost the game. So it's a really interesting thing to see some teams really, because I think if you look at the Guyana team, not sure if they will bring it back up, but the Guyana team, for example, they played 3 games, they haven't won any game. Sorry, they lost 2 games, there was no result, and they have 11 points still. So a lot of bonus points here by the Guyana team. So you see that they understand the bonus point system. I was talking to their analysts, the Guyana Happy Eagles, their analysts, who really analyzes the game and who collects the video footage, and he discusses with them, and he understands the point system, and he would always be letting the coaches know where they are the game to capitalize on those things. So Ralston Bagu really understands the game. He's actually someone that I open batting within the at Clark Road United when I played. So a really intelligent guy. And how important you think, Astel, that in this modern game, that these little things, these analysts, what role you think, or how important you think it is for teams now having those analysts and understanding the science in the game and also in this point system? How important do you think it is?
Very important indeed, because you find that the players, once they're on the field of play, they may not be thinking about all the finer points. They may not be thinking about the angles and all of that. So you have someone who is out there.
Oh, and that's hit all the way for 6 straight back there by Kirk McKenzie. And a really good shot there by him.
A lovely shot indeed. Sometimes, but these two batsmen, they are in good form, because John Campbell looks good, and Kurt McKenzie, he is coming into this game with a lot of runs behind him. So you find that that the bowlers will be under some pressure. But to come back to the point, once you have someone in the pavilion who's looking at it and who is translating what he's seeing, so that means it's quite good.
Yeah, and we see here the Jamaica Scorpions getting their first batting point, scoring at 6 runs and over, just losing 1 wicket. And as we were mentioning, there's also the dot ball percentage. So if you could limit, as a batting team, if you could limit your dot ball percentage to less than 50% of overs of the innings, you get 2 points, which is a big plus. So it's 300 balls. So if you could really limit your dot balls to, let's say, under 150 or what, 50% of it has to be underneath that. And then a Centurion, whose strike rate is over 90, that's also a batting point. That's driven there by John Campbell, and it should be cut off here by the long off fielder, that's Kavim Hodge, and that will be 2 runs to John Campbell. He moves on now. Is it 27 of 28 balls? So he continues here. Eugene from the that's pulled, and that should just be 1 run to the long on boundary. So the Windward Islands team here would really have their work cut out here in this power play, because this is the biggest part of the power play. It spans from 11 overs to 40 overs. So it's a 30 over span, and that here is hit. That should just be 1 run. And to get a batting point, Jamaica would have to score 5 runs and over, and they cannot lose an additional. They wouldn't be able to lose an additional 4 wickets. So this here is, and that's a reverse sweep there by Campbell. It should come back easily for 2 runs. Nice slide there by the fieldsman. So as I mentioned, Coach Sammy really wants that. We really want the batting team, even the fielding team, but more so the batting team, to really understand 50 over cricket, because it's a lot of overs. You know, we are very good at the 2020 version. There's not much. There is some calculation in 2020 cricket, but you know, it's a shorter format, and it really suits our style of play of boundary hitting. But when it comes to this 50 over format, when there's 3 different power plays, and each power play has a different amount of overs, and especially these middle overs that spans from 11 to 40, 4 fielders on the boundary, it's an opportunity, and that's driven there, and that would be 4 runs by John Campbell. So John is really making it look easy out here. Sorry, Kirk McKenzie. These 2 batsmen look so similar.
So similar indeed, and indeed, and what a good time indeed with Kirk McKenzie looking so nice and so lovely. It's a good time to introduce our new our next commentator, and no other than Adrian Barrett is a former West Indies player.
Yes.
A tall one indeed.
And also my former coach at
Anthony
the
Gray.
under 19 level.
Okay, so Tony.
Yes. So it's nice to have Tony here with us this morning, and as we see the standings here, as we were mentioning, the academy played 3. They win 1 game, which would have been yesterday. They have 9 points. The Happy Eagles, interestingly, played 3 games. They lost 2. There was a no result, and they have 11 points. So Eugene here. Sorry. And that's the end of the previous over. Just a bit of an error there in the scoring on the put the ball on the CGN. So it's nice to have you here with us, Tony, this morning at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, good morning to you, Adrian. Good morning to our listeners and viewers out there. What a wonderful start by Jamaica. Jamaica has been explosive, and they're looking at the PowerPoint, but that's the way they play their cricket. They've always been very positive in their approach to the game.
Yes, definitely so, and we are seeing that here this morning. John Campbell, the captain, leading from in front, inside edge there, and it will get him to 1 run. So actually, did they run there?
Yeah, they run around.
Okay, so good start here by the Jamaica Scorpions. Really big power play by them, and but this year, Tony, it's the middle overs. You being a former coach, you know what now would you be telling your batsman on? He's wrapped on the pad there, a loud shout, but not out there by the umpire. So during this power play, here the big power play between 11 to 40, you have 4 men on the boundary. 1 extra guy inside, because the last power play would be 5. But what would you be telling your batsmen here in this situation?
Yeah, I think it's important to play it as you see it and work the ball around into the gaps because of the relaxed feel now. 4 men outside the circle for a long time, as you mentioned, a long period. And pick up the bad deliveries and hit it to the boundary. Be positive still.
Yeah, definitely so. And most importantly, getting those singles as we see John Campbell get. So, as I mentioned, so in this power play, Tony, that's the end of the over there. In this power play, you need to score 5 runs and over between 11 to 40. 5 runs and over, and you cannot lose 4 wickets or 4 additional wickets within this period of time. So I don't see that being a very difficult task, but at the same time, it's a lot of running between the wickets because you're not going to hit a boundary every single over. So it's a time where batsmen would have to. I think it's 100, so you need to score 150 runs without losing 4 wickets.
Well,
That's where it works up to.
The important thing here is strike rotation. As you mentioned, it has to do with fitness level, skill. A lot of times we have not seen batsmen in Caribbean cricket with the skill factor, especially against the spinners with the dry ball, the older ball, with a pitch turning a little bit more to rotate strike. And you mentioned it, the harder power play, in my opinion, would be against a new ball in the first 10 overs because you have so much of an expansive power play in the middle parts of the pack to just, rotate strike and even get 5-6 runs and over.
Yeah, very good point there. That's a good point. And that's well bowled there. So we have a bowling change here from the northern end, and he's on point right away to this left-hand batsman. And that's a very good point, Tony, because as I was talking to one of the analysts, he was mentioning that sometimes they may not focus too much on getting that first batting point in the power play because what could end up happening, trying to get at 6 runs and over, you could end up losing 2 wickets, and then it sets you back now during that power play. So what they will do, let's say, if they're 40 at the end of the 9 overs, they're not going to try to get 20 runs to get that point and then lose a wicket or 2 wickets for that.
Yeah, and there's a history of regional cricket when you lose 3 wickets in the first power play. It's very difficult for sides to recuperate the innings to get perhaps 250, 275. So you have to be very careful, not ultra defensive, but you have to balance the way you approach things.
Yes, definitely. And that's well played there by John Campbell, no runs. And that's the point. So if you minimize those loss of wickets in the first power play, you have a lot of time during that middle over period. As I mentioned, it works up to 150 runs without losing 4 wickets. And I think that's really possible to score 150 runs in about 30 overs. In 30 overs exact is not a difficult task, and you can make it up with wickets in hand. So no big worries if you don't get that first batting point from the first bonus point in the first power play, but you could get it back in the middle overs, and then in the end now you need to score at 8 runs and over from the last 10, and you cannot get bowled out. And I don't see that being difficult if you have wickets in hand to score at 8 runs over.
It's easy for you to say, Adrian, because of the way you batted, but I understand what you're saying. It's really easy for you to say. Might be slightly difficult for me to interpret that sort of thing because I wasn't as efficient with you as you with the bat. But the thing also is that, again, it's about being intelligent, and this is really an overthrow there, trying to throw at the stumps.
Yeah, no one really backing up there. Oh, and
don't get angry, Adrian. The thing with this situation is that you're looking at Springer. He's got to be very angry. You're running up a distance. You're trying to create pressure by bowling some dot deliveries, and you get a second overthrow. Well, a first overthrow and then a second run. So what should have been 1 run ended up being 3 runs. So a lack of focus, a lack of really good concentration there on the field.
Yeah, and good awareness there by the Jamaica batsman. They not afraid, and that's Kavim Hodge there, who would have been backing up there on the boundary. Not sure what would have happened there, but that's the first water break here at the Queen's Park Oval, and we see Ralphie there running on the field. I've heard Mr. Colin Murray said that since he played in youth cricket, Ralphie's doing this. Is that true?
Well, I think so, because Ralphie could be older than me, and I'm 61, so I think that he would be heading towards 70. He's always been efficient as the groundsman, but loves his job too. And I made it point the last game that, it doesn't matter what you do, and ground staff, very important to the whole process of seeing the ground and the pitch being playable, and we take them for granted sometimes, but they're very important. Without them, there's no cricket really.
Definitely so. And as we take a drinks, a break here for the drinks, so we will join you back here at the end of the water break.
Yeah, we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval. Resumption of play after the water break, the first water break. And Jamaican Scorpions with a very good start, 83 for the loss of 1 wicket. And we've already achieved a bonus point in the first power play, first 10 overs. And Campbell, captain, has been explosive, and we have with him a young batsman who has a lot of talent and it's been going quite well. Kurt Mackenzie scored a 90 in the previous game against the West Indies Cricket Academy and really looked the part. He had a strike rate of also 98, so not just scoring the runs but up there with the strike rate. Good single being taken by these two. The batting has been good because of the explosive stroke play, but also the running between the wickets and good response. The chemistry is developing. They didn't bat so well in the first game. The second game, they got a score of over 250, and now they're looking to go even further. And at this point in time, 300 runs looks like they can achieve it.
Yes, certainly. So I just took a break there. Out of breath. These tall stairs here.
The tall stairs.
Yeah, really tall stairs. And that swept away there. That should be 4 runs there to John Campbell. So he moves on now to 38 of 42 balls.
It's a good shot, using the angle nicely and sweeping on the ball and getting the length perfectly well there, and not really savagely looking to play that shot, not looking at power, but looking at placement and using the angle quite well.
That pushes he pushes that nicely there to the long on boundary, and this will be one run. And as you mentioned, the run in between the wickets has been good. And at the end of 14 overs, it's 91 for 1.
Yeah, it's about carrying on. It's about being sensible here. You know, a lot of times when you get a good start, you think you can just continue to be explosive throughout the innings. And sometimes you have to be respectful of the bowler because they will come with different plans to try to negate that explosive start that they've had. And there was a water break, and a lot of the times it's not just about, you know, drinking water to replenish yourself and being rehydrated, but it's about discussion. What are we going to do now with the field side to curtail this explosive start by the Jamaican Scorpions?
Pushes that one there just to the short mid-wicket fieldsman Ambrose, who would, as you mentioned, would be thinking about what his plan would be as captain, because if things continue as it is, you're definitely looking at 300 runs if Jamaica continues in this four-man fashion. So Ambrose would have his work cut out for him. Obviously, you don't want to put too much pressure on himself thinking about these bonus points, because at the same time, the bonus points is just a guide. It's not like a law that you have to do it, but it's something, as you would know, being part of the West Indies development, you would know it's really something to assist the players to really hit targets along the way in this 50-over format.
And that's the way you have to play the game. You have to be strategic in the way you go about the process, and you have to be process-oriented in this day and age in the 50-over format. It's a well-bowled delivery by Springer. And that's the other thing about captaincy. You have to know the temperament of your bowlers, the skill of your bowlers. Now, you want to change the momentum of the game, and you want somebody who has the ability not just to be consistent, but to be penetrative. We've seen Springer in the past, especially in the CPL, in these little pockets where you need a wicket to come on. You know, he comes on and gets a wicket.
Yeah, definitely so.
It's well bowled again, and that's the length and line that you need to bowl consistently on this surface. It's not a surface that is fast by any means. It's a slowish surface. There's some bongs there, but still a surface that is a good cricket surface.
Yes, of course, and we would have seen early on, you know, when the ball was new, it was doing a bit. It was probably new for about 4 overs, but we know that it did something early on. But I think that the skill, it's a lovely delivery there outside the off stump.
Yeah, and that's the ability that Springer has. He has the ability to move the ball off the seam. He swings the ball also. He's very skilled. A lot of skill sets he has. And it's up to him to know when to use the skill, because sometimes he can over-try. But he's been recently elevated to international cricket, and he deserves it because he's worked very, very hard. He's come from a winning culture, 2016. On the 19 World Cup winning
And
team.
that
That's an excellent shot.
4 runs there. Again, this would be Kirk McKenzie. Plays it to the fine leg region, about right to the right of the fine leg. So that moves him on there now to 4 runs, and that's the end of the over.
You know, have bowlers really looking to negate Kurt McKenzie's ability to play through the offside and straight down the wicket, because we saw that in Australia. The first time he went to Australia, he was brilliant at playing with a full face of the bat, timing the ball well, using the pace of the ball. The faster bowlers in Australia, the type of pitches they played on too, the ball came on to the bat, and but he's also improving his ability to play through the onside. We saw that just now.
Yes, definitely so. And we know how important it is as a batsman to keep evolving, as they say. You have to be innovative, because we know that in world cricket today, everyone, even at this level, bowling teams are trying to work you out as a batsman. So if you're not improving, if you don't know what they're going to come at, what they are fully aware of your weaknesses, and as a batsman, you need to be able to combat that.
Yeah, you saw the great Brian Charles Lara. He had improve his game because the teams were trying to stop him from scoring runs. That's something that was very difficult to do because he had all wrong shots.
And that's driven there by John Campbell. It moves him on out of 41.
Yeah, that's a great thing, Adrian, about an explosive start. You don't have to be too risky in the middle parts of the innings. You can play normal cricket shots and you can still get runs, 6 runs and over. So talk about a process-oriented approach to the 50-over game by the batsmen. You need to understand that they have to keep wickets at the end to be explosive. That's good fielding to his own bowling.
Some football skills there.
Getting across. And it's so important that the bowlers are very good and fast and getting across to those deliveries or those shots to stop the singles.
Mackenzie there works that into the leg side there for 1 run. So Springer there, the fieldsman. So interesting. So Tony, as you were mentioning in the last game, you know, as a fast bowler, bowling with a spinner, we see Springer there just going around. How difficult it could be sometimes for a fast bowler bowling with a spinner, especially when he tried to get them. Ooh, and that's bowl him. Wow, what a great delivery there by Demba. Hitting the top of off stump there. We see the off spinner there really working against his defenders, and we see Ambrose there. Really having a word there to John Campbell. Not sure what was happening, but
Well, he's coming around the wicket here, Demba, and he's angling the ball into Campbell. Campbell played in a lazy fashion, really. He should have covered the line a little bit more. It was a slightly faster delivery. And you see his reaction. And it has to be said that Campbell lost focus there. The energy levels wasn't there towards the ball. It wasn't a good defensive shot. So an explosive start by him, but a soft dismissal. It can be described as a soft dismissal. So a good delivery from Demba and getting the wicket of Captain Campbell.
yeah, and we see the lovely use of angles there. So how wide he delivered that ball there. So it really draws Campbell into that angle there, and that's the thing about like with that off spinner there. Sometimes you're thinking it would straighten a bit, but he just gets it to continue with that angle there, and it passes between bat and pat. So I would say he got a bit outfoxed, because if you look at the captain and the bowler, it probably had a slight change in the field. Sometimes if you just move around the cover a bit, change up the angle, as was mentioned by Darren Ganga when he was commentating down at the Brian Lara Stadium. Sometimes you just change the angle in the field a bit, and the batsman naturally will have to change the angle of how they play. And those sort of things really opens up the gap between batter and pad, and we see it being done here by Demba and Ambrose.
Yeah, and he should be mindful that he needs to get out of those deliveries a little bit more to curtail the movement, the natural angle. And you saw him going wide, Demba going wide. And we talk about the frames from the spinners. It's so important to have supple variation and subtle variation too, because it really and truly creates some doubt in the batsman's mind about the angle of delivery, about the turn of the delivery. So all these little things can come in and can be handy and get wickets.
Yeah, definitely. So the new batsman in, Jermaine Blackwood, a very experienced Jamaican batsman, 32 years old. He has over 70 List A matches, so he would be looking, as we see, being a former West Indies batsman, and is only 32 years, he would be looking to get back into the West Indies side here. He hasn't had the best of series so far, but there's still a lot more games, batting at that very important number 4 position, which a lot of batsmen treasure that number 4 position. So he would be looking to score some runs here for the Jamaica Scorpions. And he's wrapped on the pad right away. And that's the end of the over there. 2 runs off of it, 1 wicket. It's 98 for 2 from 16 overs.
I think it's brilliant. I think the field placing is brilliant. They put in ample pressure on him with the leg slip in place, 1 slip in place, 2. And the other thing is that obviously he has had problems with getting inside the line of the ball. He's always cramped for room. We've seen it in international cricket where the Australians, for example, had a ploy with a leg gully against Blackwood with the faster bowlers and the spinners, because he doesn't come inside the line of the ball, in that he's in position to play square of the wicket. That's his pet shot, really. So it's really good proactive captaincy by Sunil Ambrose.
That's well bowled again there by Springer. Continuing, he looks really good at these left-hand batsmen. Tony, what do you think about it?
Yes, natural angle is to take the ball away from the left-handers into the right-handers. I think there should be a slip in place, because you have these batsmen, Mackenzie on 25, and Blackwood just came to the wicket, and you really need to have a slip in place early on, because most batsmen are susceptible to going after the ball to feel the ball in the bat.
I agree with that, because shot, and that'll just be one run. And I agree with that, Tony, because even though, yes, you're trying to contain runs in the power play, but you always have to be looking to get a wicket. And I think having a slip there, it also gives the fast bowler something, because if for some reason, it goes down to that region, and it really, it obviously you don't get the extra wicket, but it also really breaks the morale of the fast bowler, because you're trying to get wickets.
You sound like a fast bowler there, Adrian.
Yeah, but I was a captain too at the youth level,
That's
and
right,
you
it's
want to get wickets.
Yeah.
You're always trying to get wickets, because wickets is so important, because we know, as mentioned, if teams bat out 50 overs, they almost guaranteed to score close to 300. So the thing about it is to limit them to under 300, you have to bowl out a side. Oh,
That's a
it's really
wonderful
high.
shot.
And that's 6 runs.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a wonderful shot, excellent shot by Blackwood, because he got under that ball. It was a full-length delivery. He was stretching forward and just lifted it a wideish of long off for 6 runs. A wonderful shot to start with. And he's always been that way, always been very positive. But the other thing, Adrian, is that when you're dealing with the Jamaican batsmen, we know this is franchise cricket, and you will have other batsmen coming from other parts of the region. But specifically, when you're dealing with Jamaican batsmen, they play with hard hands, like that just now, where he didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but still playing with hard hands. Because of the surfaces in Jamaica, they have nice, tight surfaces that come onto the bat. So you find them playing too early sometimes. And we know that Springer is very adept at playing the slower ball, or bowling the slower ball.
Yes, certainly so. And just off his second ball, he was able to hit that ball there for 6 runs. I was surprised. I thought it would have just lobbed over the middle of region, not knowing that it really went off the screws. So a good shot there by him.
Well bowled, well bowled. And good positioning too for the man at that short mid-wicket area for that upper early shot that Blackwood tends to play. Have good field placing here with the man at short fine leg, because he tends to work the ball around with not much effort, because he doesn't get inside the line of the ball. But he's always cramped for room, so the ball would not go quickly in that area. That's what I'm talking about. There's a good example there, because his back foot goes towards the leg stump, and you don't really want to see that. You want to see the initial movement going towards the off stump. That's
So
the end of the over.
at the end of the 17th over, it's 106 for 2.
Lovely conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval, Adrian. Perfect.
Yeah,
conditions.
really good for cricket, but we know how things could change quickly. We've seen a bit of clouds there forming in the east, and according to the forecast, there may be some weather around after lunch. There were a lot of rain. A lot of rain fell here. I believe that game got no, that would have been at the UE Spec. There was some rain there, the academy game down at the University of the West Indies there in St. Augustine, and also had some rain here. So some rain definitely is around, so something to keep in mind here while the Jamaica team is batting, because this game, may have a possibility of being reduced. So it would be interesting to see what happens.
It's not bad by Denver. He's gone for 25 runs, 1 wicket, and he's in his 6th over. It's a good delivery. Good delivery. Nice flighted delivery on the line of the middle stump. Slip in place, a man at the short mid-wicket area. One of the best fieldsmen in Caribbean cricket, in Springer. Going down the leg side, that's a bad delivery. So it could run away. It's getting close to the boundary, but he will get 2 runs. He's going for the 3rd run, and that's excellent running between the wickets. Now, he's Jamaican. Or they are Jamaican, so you expect them to be fast, you expect them to be explosive. Their primary school system allows them to run fast. It's part of the whole system, and when they divert to other sports, they carry that speed with them. And we've seen that speed between the wickets here. Excellent running, getting 3 runs in the process.
Definitely so. And we know that, as mentioned, the running in Jamaica is part of their culture, like how we would play cricket and football in the road. I remember playing a game at Sabina Park, and there's a street, and the kids in the neighborhood will just come out, line up, and they'll just be running for fun, running against each other. And it's the first time I'm seeing that, and that is worked away to the fine leg boundary, and well stopped there by the fieldsman there. They will come back for 3 runs. So German Blackwood there, moving on there to 10 runs.
Yeah, I like the fact that they are playing the ball fine off the wicket. They're getting inside the line now and working the ball around. Every opportunity to score a run like that should be had. And just using the angle yet again, so using the face of the bat quite nicely to get these singles.
Yeah, so that's the end of the 18th over. We see that 2 threes were scored off that over, so 7 runs came off of it. So a really good over there by the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, Calvin Hodge just going for 21 runs in his 4 overs. Not too bad. But Martin was very expensive. He started his over quite well. You're looking at the dark clouds now and that are coming, and that would be in the easterly direction. And it's not a good sign, but perhaps the breeze, which is not strong, will probably push those clouds around. When you play at the Queen's Park Oval and you're thinking about the weather changes, you have to look to the east, Adrian.
Yes, definitely. So you have those mountains behind it, the Northern Range, which they usually use where the great Sir, the Prince of Port of Spain, Brian Charles Dara, his home. So normally when you see the clouds forming close to over his house, there's a high possibility of rain, and that's hit down to 3rd man there by Blackwood, and that would just be 1 run to him.
Yeah, this is a good control button by Blackwood. Normally he can go hard at that ball, but he recognized that there's a sweeper in place.
I'm actually seeing a signal there. Is that 1 shot?
1 shot, it looks like.
Yeah, 1 shot. I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, and it's not like you're running in the dead, batting in the dead. So it's really poor running between the wickets if there's 1 shot. Signaled by the umpire, rightly so.
So a lot of interesting things happening here so far. We see Springer here now bowling wrong the wicket here, changing the angle a bit. So I guess he wants to get Kirk McKenzie to play, but he also is taking away that room from the offside. So he wants him to play on the leg side.
Yeah, but he could also get the ball to come off the seam and go away from him. So it's a difficult delivery for any batsman to face. And in this case, Kurt McKenzie, because he has to play with the angle. But if the ball pitches and then moves away from him, it could be a very difficult delivery.
Yeah, Kirk McKenzie being a very strong offside player, as you know. So getting that ball straighter would be, he's not like the best of player through the leg side. You wouldn't see him hit a glorious shot off the pads, but very strong through that extra cover region. So again, cricket is a game of angles, and the captain and the bowlers understanding that. And definitely it also brings in that LBW shout with that angle. If it straightens, it's a good opportunity for him to get a good shout for LBW too. As him being a weaker player on the pads. Yeah, loves that shot there. Outside the off stump. Kirk McKenzie.
Yeah, it depends also on the length, not just the line to try to cramp him for room, but the length too. Because if he's too short, Springer doesn't have frenetic pace or extreme pace. Kurt McKenzie is not a bad puller of the ball. So it depends on the length. If it's full, then on the line of the middle stump, it cramps for room. All he can do is work the ball on the onside. But if it's too short, he can be very aggressive with those pull shots.
Well bowled there again by Shama Springer. 2 runs off this over. One ball remaining. So turn out to be a very good over here so far for Springer. He's 18 runs, no wickets from coming up to his 4th over. So good showing so far, Tony, from Springer.
Yeah, he's a very intelligent player, a thinker. He's obviously increased his scoring, but at this point in time, he's bowling. He's very specific and decisive in what he wants to achieve with the ball. He's got a clarity of mind. He's doing a fantastic job at the moment.
That's driven there on the back foot. It'll just be 1 run straight down to the straight back behind the bowler. So that would be the end of the over. That's 3 runs off of it. So it's a 116 for 2.
Yeah, there's a momentum shift now. You're sensing it, Adrian, with the Springer type bowling. He's always been consistent in these sort of situations. In the 50 over game, perhaps not in the T20 game. He's not trying too many things. And the mindset of the one-day bowler is not to try too many things, especially when the opposing team had an explosive start. So he's bowling quite well. 4 overs for 18 runs. And there's a slight change, a shift in the momentum of the game with Captain Campbell departing just now. So this is not bad by the fielding team. And well done to Captain Ambrose.
Yes, definitely so. And as we would have been mentioning before, is that during these middle overs here, the captain needs to, especially with that good start, he needs to be thinking about how he's going to try to get a wicket, how he's going to get those dot balls. Because we know once you start to get those dot balls, we see 4 dot balls there coming off the last over. So, 3 dot balls came off the last over, and because of that now, it starts to put pressure on the batsman. Because no matter what form of the game, even Test cricket too, if there's a cluster of dot balls, it puts pressure on a batsman. It doesn't matter. So even me, when I used to play Test cricket, if you bat a couple dot balls, a couple maidens, it plays in the back of your mind, no matter what version of the game it is, because you want to be scoring as a batsman.
And that point must be magnified now because of the psyche of the young players having played a lot of T20 cricket. In your day, you didn't play a lot of T20 cricket. You played in the IPL one season. And
the Champions League, I played
right,
for Trinidad and
that's
Tobago.
right. And you know that there's an explosion of a lot of T20 cricket now. So these guys, their psyche is about going after the ball. Now in a situation like this, the Jamaican Scorpions, they have had a good start. They don't need to be risky. They don't need to play as yet that scenario where you play in T20 cricket.
Definitely so. So we see Darius Martin here, bowling from the southern end, and 1 run coming off the second delivery. German Blackwood moves on to 13.
Yeah, and the other thing about captaincy, you have to understand the mentality of your bowlers. I mean, Martin, for example, bowled a very good first over, and then the second over went for runs, and then he missed the boat by, bowling no balls, free hits, and that sort of thing, and angling the ball down the leg side, bowling wides. And you have to know when to take him off and bring him back, and they decided with the slightly older ball to bring him back at this point in time. It's well bowled, excellent line and length. And it's not about just mechanics, bowling mechanics. It's about what is happening internally with the bowlers. Sharma Joseph, for example, I think that he's an excellent prospect. He's done well for the West Indies team. He can get wickets. He's explosive, but sometimes his temperament gets the better of him because he's so intense. So you need people on the field to talk to him, to calm him down, and to strike that internal balance.
Definitely so. That's well bowled again there by Martin. As you mentioned, he looks much more comfortable now than what we saw before. So sometimes that, taken off our bowler a bit. Maybe I personally thought he bowled 1 over too many. I know he just only bowled 3. But after that over there where he bowled something like 10 deliveries, he maybe could have, pulled them back a bit. Good confidence there. Sometimes as a captain, you being a fast bowler, you need that, you need the captain sometimes showing that faith in you and so on. But sometimes in the best interest of your confidence, it may sometimes be better just to pull back for a couple and maybe introduce you back into the attack a bit later on.
Yeah, because you're dealing with human beings here. On the day you might not have the rhythm, you might not be bowling well, you might be all over the shop, and you really need some time to recuperate on the field of play. And when I say recuperate mentally, and sometimes you need players to run about on the field, or fast bowlers to run about, to take some energy levels from them so that they come back and have a little bit more control, a little bit more calmness about them. And we've seen that control, that calmness with Martin. As well bowled again. Good areas. And he's not really falling through. There's not that explosive, part of his bowling. That was a very good over in the context of his bowling and what they're trying to achieve out there, which is to bowl more dot deliveries.
So at the end of the 20th over, it's 118 for 2.
Okay, as we resume the battle up here, thank you so much, Adrian, for your stint. You've been going since this morning. Tony, so this young man has shown a lot of stamina.
Yes, he's normally that way inclined. He's worked a lot on his fitness. There was a rumor that he put on some weight, but he looks really trim and really fit.
Really good indeed, yeah. And he complained a while ago about those stairs. I mean, they are steep indeed. But as we look towards the battle in the middle, the score is 118 for 2 in the 20th over. And as you just mentioned, Darius Martin, he had an excellent over, having come back from his first spell, his first stint. He was a bit shaky in the start after his first over, but then he came back and he really did well. The two batsmen at the wicket, you had Jermaine Blackwood. I like what I am seeing of him this time, and Kirk McKenzie, well, he's just continuing to roll along. As we see, Cyrus is the man who is bowling to Kirk McKenzie. Daryl Cyrus is the man, a new changer, a right-hand spin bowler indeed. So Ambrose, he's maintaining the spinners. He's keeping them on against the left-handed players. And let's see what Cyrus can do. Cyrus seems to be bowling back at the hand there.
Yeah, listen, he's going to be slightly upset with that delivery going away from the left hand and getting the outside edge, because he had a slip in place. And obviously, he has to communicate with his captain to tell him exactly what he is going to do, how he's going to approach things out there, because that was the googly that went away. And the slip was taken out of place, so he was quite upset, the bowler.
Very much so, because you can't, as we say, you can't set field for wayward bowling sometimes. So this one, Darius Cyrus to Mackenzie. Mackenzie just comes forward and pushes it for a quite easy single indeed. So Jamaica, they are moving along quite nicely indeed. 123 for 2 in the 22nd over. Blackwood, he's on 13 from 13, and Mackenzie, he's 36 from 43. So they are looking really set to get to a very good total, Tony.
Yeah, he's such a classy player, Mackenzie. He plays with a full face of the bat. He times the ball well, especially through the offside and straight down. Oh, he's out! Out! That was a very good delivery in the area. And Blackwood, not a tall man by any means, was looking to drive that one, or he was indecisive about getting forward. So a flighted delivery, excellent delivery, and a really poor shot by Blackwood, and easy catch by the player in the slip area. So Blackwood losing concentration, not playing with the movement of the ball, and not hitting down on the ball, and getting that thick outside edge. Welcome wicket by the fielding team.
Well, a welcome wicket indeed, a very welcome wicket indeed, because Blackwood, he started off looking well. He played a lovely shot for six, and then, well, this one to me, like, he didn't get right out there, and yes, he hung the bat, went through with the shot, and it went a straightforward catch. So this left fieldsman. So the Windwards, they have picked up their third wicket, and Jermaine Blackwood, who's a former West Indies player, and who's looking to really impress to come back into the West Indies team, because he has been out for a while, Tony. And I mean, and that shot will not have helped him indeed.
Yeah, I mean, he's got enough experience, but to me, I think that he's looking at his pet shot up again, which is a square cut. You know, they cramped him for room early on. He had 13 of 13 deliveries, not too bad in the early parts of his innings, but he was looking to square drive that ball. Didn't have the pace, wasn't in the right area. He's a short man, didn't get out to the pitch of the ball enough, didn't cover the line, and just hung his bat outside the off stump and was easily caught in the slip. So not the type of proficiency that you want to see skill-wise, and not the type of thought process that you expect from an experienced Blackwood.
Yeah, players such as Jermaine Blackwood, who has won the West Indies maroon cap before, and he understands, he has played at the highest level of the game. Well, I mean, he made that error, and he paid a big price. So the new batsman on the wicket is Glenn, Jovel Glenn. He will be up against Cyrus. Let's see what happens in this encounter, because Glenn is also, well, he has joined Mackenzie, who is a left-handed batsman. So Glenn comes right forward again. He seems to be a tall man, and a man who is carrying a little size for a man coming in at number 5. So he will be someone that we will be looking at to see what he can dish out. This one from Cyrus leaving Glenn, as he attempted to play a big off drive. It didn't make contact, and he went through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, good start by Cyrus. Seems to be fast through the air. A strongly built young man. It's good to see that he's an all-rounder too. He can bat a bit. In this 50-over game, you need all-round players, and not bits and pieces cricketers, but all-round players, people who can contribute with the bat and could come and bowl some really good overs, and that was a very good over. He seems to be able to bowl the ball in both directions. He seems to be able to bowl the googly too, so he would want to continue to be consistent, but also to get wickets. Wrist spinners do.
Yes, and taking up the attack from the pavilion end from Darius Martin. He will bowl to Kirk Mackenzie. That one is right up there, and Mackenzie went through with the shot, but there's no run. He's really flowing. He's looking good. So too is Martin. Martin has come back, and he has come back really, really good indeed. He has settled down, and he's putting the ball in the right areas, and he's forcing the batsmen to really play what he wants them to play. And I think it's quite good indeed as Martin comes in again to bowl to Mackenzie. Mackenzie plays this one a late square, a later, how do you describe that shot? Quite late indeed, and they went straight to the man at point. and there's no run.
Yeah, he played on top of the bounce of the ball. It was a simple type delivery in that Martin is not complicated in his action. He's straight up, straight down. He's a tall man and conventional type bowling action, and that's why he's bowling straight. And it's been a good effort from him. So Mackenzie on top of the bounce of that one, but could not get the single or could not get any runs.
Martin again to bowl to Mackenzie. Mackenzie get on top of this one. He pushes it for a quick single indeed. The Jamaicans, they are really, really looking for every run, to squeeze every run here. And that was a quick run. And Glenn answered the call from Mackenzie. And so Glenn has made his ground quite easily indeed. There was a little scramble there, some excitement among the fieldsmen when this finger was taken. But it all ended up quite well indeed. As the new batsman indeed, Gerald Glenn, he is yet to get off the mark. He's coming up against Darius Martin. Let's see what Martin has to offer to Glenn.
That's well bowled again, completing his action, but not too much so that he angles the ball into the left-hander, the new batsman, and two left-handers. So Martin can go slightly wide of the stumps to angle away from the left-handers, but he's opted to stay straight on the line of the middle stump. He's got to continue concentration and bowl in that straight line, that off stump and middle stump line. Now bowled again. This is good, excellent, and backed up by some good fielding too. Energetic fielding from the man at point. That it looks like Antonez, such a brilliant fielder. Very quick to the ball, very low, and great anticipation. And you need these guys in the inner circle to be able to get to the ball quickly, just to create some problems, because you can create a run out there. Glenn just came to the wicket. Doesn't seem to be as fast as Blackwood, who just departed, between the sticks.
Yes, it's Martin into bowl to Glenn. Glenn, he's going for a quick single indeed. And as you mentioned that he isn't as quick as he looks, he proves you wrong. He's up the mark there, and he really, really, he's stepping it. He looks something like, as Usain Bolt maybe coming down there. He realized that if he didn't make it, then he'd be walking back to the pavilion. But as you mentioned, indeed, you need to have your fieldsmen. And I think bowlers feel very comfortable indeed having fieldsmen who are sharp and who are alert and who will cut off and put pressure upon and not to give away easy singles.
Yeah, it's a great bit of running between the wickets, good response, but it's a great bit of fielding too to throw down the stumps. And you need those inner fielders to be energetic and focused and quick to the ball to maintain the pressure. You don't want the singles, you don't want the boundaries, but you don't want the singles to be too frequent. This is good bowling. He's got different angles in which he bowls from. He seems to be a very intelligent bowler. Uses the crease quite well, Cyrus. And I love the arc of the hand. And you want the wrist spin bowlers to be able to bowl both ways. And even the flipper, so 3 different types of deliveries.
Yes, and Cyrus seems to be very comfortable indeed as he comes in again to bowl to
beautiful
Glenn, and then a well-flighted delivery indeed. Glenn comes forward and smothers the spin. The ball goes down to Springer, and there's no run. Cyrus looks very comfortable and very at ease with himself, and as you say, he's using the crease very well indeed.
Well bowled again. Good flight to delivery. He's got extra protection, the long on and long off in place. So he will feel comfortable in his mind to flight 1 or 2 deliveries, but he cannot flight it too wide of the off stump because it's a vacant area in that mid-wicket area, that wideish mid-wicket area. So he's got to flight the ball, but he's got to flight the ball straight. That's better. Good. Well played by the batter. Looking for those singles down the wicket. Safer shot. Full face to the bat.
Yes, and how important it is to have your leg spinner. I mean, very tight indeed, because leg spinners sometimes they go for quite a number of runs, and when you have a person as Cyrus bowling quite ease and quite tight indeed, that is good news for the captain. He will welcome that, and this delivery went straight through. It seemed to be the one that he pushes through. It went straight to the keeper, and Glenn had nothing to do with it. He just shoulder arms and allowed it to go. So at least Cyrus, the leg spinner, he's really doing a good job for Ambrose there.
Oh, this
And
is
yeah,
a very good delivery
good
from
delivery indeed.
Cyrus. Yeah, faster delivery, a straighter delivery. And I think that he was looking to play with the ball coming back in. He was looking to play for turn, but this was a faster delivery. Look at that. Bounce, good bounce. And looking to play through the offside. Good catch. So, again, Glenn not settling down, not playing with the full face of the bat, playing with the open face bat. And a brilliant catch from the fielder in that first slip position. So excellent bowling. Been very impressed with Cyrus. The way he's changed his pace. He's not afraid to flight the ball. And that was a faster delivery. Talk about the flipper. He talked about the goalies. He's got it all. And he really deserves that wicket. Intelligent bowling.
Intelligent bowling indeed, and you find that this period, I think the Windwards there enjoying a very nice little period here, because the score is now 127 for 3 of the 23rd over, and they have picked up 2 fast wickets, 127 for 4. I kind of rubbed them off a wicket there. But with the introduction of Cyrus, they have really pulled things back and they are doing what the skipper Ambrose will really like of them. And with the sun leaving us and be a bit of some clouds, I think Jamaica may be feeling a bit that they may be losing ground a little here, Tony.
Yeah, second water break, and the players are replenishing themselves. Good conditions here for cricket. You mentioned the clouds might be coming further towards the Queen's Park Oval, but no threat of rain as yet. Good cool conditions here at the Oval. The ground staff is refreshing the crease on both sides of the wicket. So this is good news for the fielding team, and they've been able to work things through still. Obviously, in the first water break, they spoke about things, how they're going to go about bringing the game back in the balance and then seizing the advantage. Now they've seized the advantage quite clearly with 4 wickets going down. And the Jamaican Volcanoes, they all will or often have this history of playing the new ball all very good and then losing wickets in clusters. So you'll have to be very careful here. And there has to be a recuperation of the innings. But you have Kurt McKenzie on 38 of 48 deliveries. He's been going well, but he needs some support from the other end.
Indeed, I mean, he will need someone to really stand at the other end and raise his hands to really support Jamaica. But it is very important, as you point out, Tony, for during these water breaks, that the fielding team, they come together, and sometimes the batsmen also. On this occasion, Jamaica lost a wicket. And the batsmen will come together and really assess things and see where they are and how they're going to pilot this way forward.
Yeah, 127 for the loss of 4 wickets after 23 overs. A lot of overs still to come in this 50-over game. This CG Super 50 over game. And we must thank the sponsors, Astle. They've done a fantastic job. Sponsors are so very important to not just the development of the game, but the competitive part of the game. And we are at the competitive stage. These players need these games to build experience, to build form, to build fitness, to build awareness also.
How true it is, Tony. I mean, to have sponsors, I mean, who will stick with it and really see, because it is so important for the development of of West Indies cricket and cricket in the region to have sponsors who will look at, 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 at such a tournament and to put their money where their mouth is.
That's right. Very, very true.
This is quite good indeed. As we see, Darius Martin, he continues his spell. He's the new batsman, but this is Brad Barnes, and the man who is facing up to Darius Martin here is Cook Mackenzie. So that one went down the leg side. The umpire signals a wide, and the score moves on by one. It is now 128 for 4.
The other thing is that you have to give Kurt McKenzie most of the strike because he's the batsman that has shown a tremendous form. In the previous game, he got 90 against the West Indies academy team, and he would want to face most of the deliveries. As well bowled again from Martin, very impressive. I love the fact, Astil, that as a bowler you can come back from challenges, and he was challenged early on, especially in the second over. Then he came back for a third over. Wasn't that good in being consistent? And now you're seeing him being really consistent and doing an excellent job, role-playing job for his captain out there.
And that's the strength of a good player when he can come back from early struggles. And this one from Martin is up to Mackenzie. Mackenzie plays a square drive. It goes down to the backward to the man at point, a deep point, and they run 2 easy runs indeed. So I mean, Darius Martin had his struggles. He had his challenges, but yet he came back and he's really doing a good job. Yeah, and I think Ambrose must be quite proud of him.
Yes, he has to be. Showing a lot of maturity here. Tall, medium fast bowler. It's an excellent shot. A one-handed shot in the end. Mackenzie will seize the opportunity to play those lofted drives in the right area. The ball is not moving off the seam at all. Slightly open face bat and achieving 4 runs. So some release happening here, the release of pressure with that goodish delivery, not a wicket-taking delivery, but still in the right area.
Yes, indeed. And when you have a batsman as Cook Mackenzie who is in good form and you bowl a goodish delivery, then he can turn that into what may seem to be a bad delivery because the ball is hitting the boundary fence. So you have Martin again into bowl to Mackenzie, and Mackenzie plays went for the square cut. It hit the outside edge and went down to third man, and they have picked up a single. So it's a good over so far for Jamaica. 7 runs coming from 7 runs coming from it, and they have kind of eased the pressure where the Windwards they were applying the pressure where they picked up 2 quick wickets. The score is now 135 for 4 off the 26th over, and Darius Martin, he continues to bowl well, and he'll be looking to really get some rewards for his efforts. Bowl to Barnes, and Brad Barnes, and Brad Barnes comes right forward indeed and pushes this one straight back along the wicket, and there's no run. The end of the over. When you look at the bowling, how the bowling went, you can see that Jamaica, they have lost 4 wickets, and the score is 135 for 4 in the 24th over. The current run rate is 5.62. So if they continue along those lines, according to our scores, they should get to 283 at the end of their 50 overs. But they can even get more than that. But they are knocking at 5.63. So Cyrus is a man who continues his leg spin, and he's bowling to Cook Mackenzie there. That one was pitched up to the batsman, and Mackenzie came right forward and played it quite easily indeed. Cyrus again into bowl to Mackenzie. Mackenzie comes right forward and plays a big one indeed. This one goes all the way over straight wicket for a big, for the maximum 6 there indeed. So anytime Cyrus is loose, or the type of form that Kirk Mackenzie is in, he will make maximum use, or take advantage of anything that he believes that he can score from Tony.
Yeah, that wasn't a great delivery by any means. He's got a slip in place. He's not opted to bowl the googlies, and he's just flighting that one in the arc of Mackenzie. Played it well, achieved a 50, an excellent 50 in the context of the innings.
An excellent 50 indeed. He's 51, and he moves on to 50. He will go on to 52, having faced 56 deliveries. So Kirk Mackenzie, he continues his fine form this season, because he's coming off a 90, and now he's on 52 from 56 deliveries. What a... Well, as you hear, his 50 came up of 55 deliveries and with 5 boundaries. Quite good indeed.
Well played. Rotation of strike, looking at the singles, taking the pressure off himself, taking the pressure off his team, and allowing the informed batsman in Kurt Mackenzie. Now, Kurt Mackenzie in England, in those 3 test matches, struggled a great deal. After the second test match, I thought he should not have played the third test match. That's a good shot again. The ability to play with an open face bat, waiting for that ball to come to him and just slightly open in the face, square of the wicket where he's strong, through the offside, getting a 1 run again. But I don't think that he should have played the last test match, because his body language was so very negative. He was struggling, his feet were not moving, and the hand-eye coordination that he normally has, that is a huge advantage for a batsman, wasn't utilized properly at all. So clearly his confidence level wasn't there. As we see the end of the over, Jamaican Scorpions 144 for the loss of 4 after 25 overs.
144 for 2 after 20 for 4 after 25 overs indeed. And you were making a point there of Mackenzie while the West Indies were on tour of England indeed. I also share that view with you that I don't think he should have played in the last test match, because he didn't have the type of confidence, and I wasn't looking like if he wanted to play cricket at that time. But the selectors, they included him, and I believe he must have. If he had any say in the matter, he would have said, "Fellas, let me stay out of this one." But I believe he had no say at all, and he just went along. But this time around, he came back to the Caribbean, and I'm glad to see that he's among the runs once again. He's 53 not out from 57 deliveries. So, Mr. Kirk Mackenzie, you can't keep a good batsman down always.
Yeah, he's got extreme talent. We saw him score a double century in first-class cricket already, and we know of his talent. And the thing about it, you want to see young players and the older players score runs at this level of the game that will help them to have that type of form and that type of batting endurance and experience, so that when they're elevated to international cricket, they can produce the goods. Well bowled there. First delivery from Shadrick Discart. He is a good all-round player, very energetic on the field, very good fielder, and can contribute to the bat. So we've seen all these young, good all-round players, potentially very good all-round players, propping up Astle.
Yes, you have Discart. He replaces the fast bowling man Darius Martin. And now he is showing the type of energy in which the Windward Islands players have shown throughout this innings. They have kept the energy levels up, and they keep on. And he seemed to be a medium fast, but he knows what he's doing, because the ball, he wants to be, at least wants to get some sideway movements.
Yeah, it's not going to be rushing too many batsmen because of the lack of pace. It's just medium pace, and the medium pacers need to be able to move the ball off the seam and the bowl those slow deliveries. They need to be tricky, and obviously they can bowl a faster ball. Just change the pace, perhaps the trajectory, the angle, and you don't expect them to be hostile.
No, indeed. I mean, their strength has to come from the Lincoln line and be able to create that movement and to be very, very cunning and crafty indeed, because the speed and the hostility will not be there. This card seemed to be one of those who he can be deceptive, because you may think that, okay, here comes a medium pacer, I will now move into start a step on the accelerator, and there he can be. He can deceive you.
It's well bowled again. Ball into his field. Good energy again from the fielder at the backward point position. That looks like Antonez. He's such a fleet-footed player, and makes a statement when you have the inner circle, the players in the inner circle that are aggressive, that are closing in the batsman. It's a lot like goalkeeping, and I was a goalkeeper still. It's a lot like covering the angle, so making the goalpost a little bit smaller. This is a good delivery again, a slow delivery that seemed to come back into Brands. And that's the end of the over. The score now 145 for the loss of 4 after 26 overs. Excellent comeback by the fielding team.
Yes, yeah. This card is the man who replaces Darius Martin, and he did a pretty good first over. He was tidy, and he did ask some questions of the batsmen, because he was bowling to the field placing, and it is so important, Tony, that when you come on as a bowler, that you hit the spot right from the first ball, and that you bowl to the field in which the captain has set out for you. So we see continuing from this end is Cyrus with the leg spin. He's bowling to the man who's in form, Kirk McKenzie. He's on 51 of 61.
Yeah, coming from Jamaica as a wrist spinner, you probably will have to be very consistent, and we've seen this consistency here. Doesn't have a lot of rough to work with. Excellent delivery again. Dessa running that one down to excellent fielding. Wow, these guys are quick to the ball, preventing a second run, but excellent bowling again. There is a subtle variation there. He's not going to turn the ball a lot on this surface, although there's a rough area outside the line of the off stump for the left-hander. But what great consistency, what great pressure.
Cyrus again into bowl to this time is Barnes, and Barnes has come right forward and drives this one, an on drive, and he picks up a single. But just coming back to Cyrus, indeed, he has to be a pretty good leg spinner in Jamaica, because Jamaica, they are not noted for producing much leg spinners, indeed, Tony. So at least he has to be one on top of the pile to come out here and play in this format of the game.
Yeah, lovely change of trajectory here now, flight in this one. So we've seen that consistency in different areas, but mainly outside the off stump to the left-handed McKenzie. He's been there for a while. He's now on 55, and still the bowler has that ability to keep him quiet. Short delivery, and that McKenzie played well through the offside. You can hear the wonderful song of the ball hitting the bat. McKenzie, such an excellent time with the ball, and it's great to see him with some degree of consistency where run scoring is concerned. Didn't score a lot in the first game. This is the third game that the Jamaican Scorpions are playing, and he's gotten a half century again. It's good delivery, googly. Again, slow delivery, flighted delivery. This is excellent. You want to see this guy develop a little bit more, because he's got some talent. I'm very impressed with the way he's bowled his overs. He's been frugal, and also he's been able to get wickets.
Yes, indeed. I mean, he has gone about his job very quietly, but very effectively, and he's showing that that leg spin, that there's a role, that there's a place in this format of the game for leg spinners. Once you have good control and you know what you're doing, and you have at least 4 or 5 different type of deliveries within your armory, because he as you mentioned, he has the googly, he has the the straighter one. He can loop it. He can do it all. So at least once there is control, there is room for him on in this Jamaican squad. As we see, this card continues from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Mackenzie.
Because of the T20 game, still a lot of these guys are very adept at bowling the slower ball in different ways. The back of the hand slower ball, rolling on the fingers on both sides of the ball. They can even put the ball in their palms so it comes out slower without any discernible change in the action. Looking for a second run here. Fielder coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary with some pace. Again, I love to see it as the coach. I want to see the energy levels being maintained out there, and I want to see fielders get into the ball quicker than they normally do. Sometimes they can be very slow, sluggish coming off the boundary, but you want to see those throws coming into the wicketkeeper or the bowler too, and you want to see the wicketkeeper going at the stumps just to create more and more mental pressure. But there are signs that the rain might come just now. Hopefully not, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh yes, at this card, once more he comes into bowl to Barnes, and Barnes he's wrapped in the path. There's an enthusiastic appeal indeed from the bowler. Barnes seems to be moving way down the wicket. He looks up at the umpire, very inquiring exactly what is going on here, because he's to me like he's batting a little bit out of his crease too. So you find that it will be very difficult indeed, and that's when one seemed to be going down leg. This cat once more to bowl to Barnes, and this one is a big heave indeed, and the umpire calls a wide.
Yeah, it's an expansive drive outside the off stump. He was looking to get after this cat. Premeditated movement down the wicket, missed it completely. But to me, I think that because of his physical stature, Barnes is a big guy. He's about 6'2". He's got a look to come forward. Must be aiming to come forward, because Barnes is a good driver with the ball. So he's got to utilize well played. This is good bowling, good stress and pressure bowling. And I say stress because putting stress on the batsman. Where do we score if these guys from both ends are keeping the pressure on us? That is stress for batsmen.
Indeed, and let's see how Barnes copes with this type of stress which is being dished out to him by this card. This one is on the leg stump. You can see a middle leg, and Barnes just turned this around for a single, a sharp single, and the score moves on to 150 for 4 in the 28th over.
Well, it was Chief 150 in the 28 over, 27.5 exactly, and that's not bad at all. The run rate is still good enough. It's slightly coming down because of the loss of those 4 wickets at inopportune times, but still there's some foundation to work with. Getting a single by Mackenzie. A lovely swing of the bat, fluent swing of the bat. And sometimes he doesn't have to hit the ball hard for it to travel to the boundary. That's the beauty of, especially those left-handed batsmen are still.
Yes,
they seem to have, that fluency, that lovely way of putting the ball in the gaps without any real effort.
Yes, that's one of the things in which left-handed batsmen, they look very pretty. They really, they have this this type of a pasha, this type of style about them. That they look nice. How when they place the ball in where they would want to put it, and there we see Cyrus into bowl to Mackenzie. Mackenzie went back on this one and punches this one, but he is unable to beat Springer, who is an excellent fieldsman. As you mentioned before, he's maybe one of the best or among the best in the Caribbean so far.
Good delivery again. That seemed to turn back into Kenzie. Excellent delivery. This is a guy who's been there for 69 deliveries and still is finding some discomfort, some trouble against Cyrus.
Oh yes, the leg spinner Cyrus seems to be mixing it up indeed. A good delivery. This one is much a lower trajectory, and it forces Mackenzie to come right forward and be very, very careful indeed. He cannot take too much liberty against this man because Cyrus seems to have all of the tricks within his armory.
Getting a single, getting off strike, and they tell you that you have to get off strike as a batsman when you are being discomforted by the bowler. Excellent spell of wrist spin bowling, controlled spell of wrist spin bowling, and there's a slip still in place for Barnes. So let's see if he bowls the leggies, that ball wide of the off stump. So when you have that level of consistency, even when you get a bad delivery, batsmen sometimes can be forced to be defensive or indecisive while going after those deliveries because of the consistency of the wrist spinner. And an extra fielder in that very short extra cover position in Springer.
Yes, indeed, and Cyrus has created that negative, or he has created such an impact on the batsmen that they are not going to take much liberty against him. They're going to be very cautious indeed. So even when he bowls a bad delivery, they are unable to. It's only if they spotted it very early. But as you see, the end of the over, at the end of Cyrus's fifth over, I believe, and the battle continues in the middle. As we see, Mackenzie is having a word with the emergency fieldsman. Or maybe he's having some refreshment.
Well, I like to look at this situation here now because the signboards have been put back up on the southern side of the ground, just below the Brian Lara Pavilion, and it's good signs because they normally will take the covers from that to cover the ground. So the ground staff is saying by what they're doing now that the rain is not coming again, and that's a good sign for cricket.
Yes, indeed, it is a good sign for cricket and good indeed. But I'm seeing some of the groundsmen still have on their raincoats, so I don't know. So I don't know if there's mixed signals, but some of them still, maybe they haven't really gotten to the point where they want to take it off as yet. So the Scott comes in again. This time he's bowling to Barnes, and Barnes comes right forward. He's a big man indeed. He seemed to be the one who can really put back the ball when he gets going.
Yeah, but he's defending the ball with a full face of the bat. You have to learn to score off the good deliveries. That was the good deliveries. But he can just open the face nicely. There's no slip in place, or put the ball on the onside because there's a vacant area there on the onside. So he's got to learn to score off the better deliveries. That's a slow delivery. Barnes again, perhaps looking to play through the offside, perhaps over the infield through the offside, and they're just going very hard at that one. He's a big, strong fella, but getting an inside edge, an upper inside edge.
Oh yes, and I believe that is the deceptiveness of this card, because he has Barnes thinking that okay, I'm going to bring it up for you. He went for it, but it wasn't there for him to play that big expansive shot that he played. But this card comes in this time he's bowling to Mackenzie, who's in much better form indeed. He defends, the ball goes quietly to the man there, and there's no run. So is 155 for 4. Jamaica Scorpions having won the toss and they have decided to take first strike. They had an excellent opening stand, and from there, well, they just continue onwards. They lost 2 fast wickets, but they are at this point 155 for 4 in the 30th over. Good shot indeed by Mackenzie, but straight to the fieldsman, no run indeed. This card is really doing a good job. He's bowling to his field, Tony.
Yeah, you don't really want him to settle down too much because his forte, his strength seems to be consistency. He's not going to try too many things. He's got good bowling temperament. I like bowlers like that, not trying too many things. If it's working, and you really have to try to advance down the wicket to him because he's not going to bowl those seaman type deliveries, a wide delivery of the all stump. Mackenzie going for that favorite square drive. Missed it completely. Comes to, well, let's see the replay. Yes, going for that square drive, square cut type shot. Missed it completely. So that's the end of the over. And I will take a break, Astil. The famous and one of the best players that I've worked with. Very coachable, very nice guy. Always listens to advice and information, and now he's given advice and information in Adrian Barrett.
Oh yes, indeed, and as all fast bowlers, they need to take a break before they come back in the afternoon period, because we'll need to have you coming back to pick up some wickets for us. So Tony, thanks so much again. As we see Cyrus continues his spell, but as we talk about that, the rain is with us, and the players are running off the field at this time. 155 for 4. Cyrus just began his 6th over, and the rain is down on us. I believe the rain has caught the ground staff somewhat sleeping. The players are running off the field. The ground staff are pulling the covers on, and it's a very sharp shower.
Yeah,
indeed. So Adrian, as you come on, the rain is there.
Yeah, as I mentioned, there is some rain in the forecast. No surprise that this is happening. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, it's this time of the year here in the Caribbean, and it's a delay. Hopefully it's not too long. It looks a bit like a brief shower, so we're hoping that the rain doesn't hang around too long and we're able to get play, because the game has really been going good. It's in the balance right now, 155 for 4. The Jamaica Scorpions, the Windward Islands making some inroads there after that really good start by Jamaica, 67 for 1 in the first power play. And as you mentioned, the Windward Islands now able to get 3 wickets in the last 20 overs. So they have really pulled things back, and hopefully it's not too much of a delay here.
Oh yeah, let's hope that the rain. It seemed to me like it's only raining over the Queen's Park Oval, because it is coming down very sharp and very heavy indeed. But from my experience, sometimes when it comes like this, it will be sharp, heavy, but it will stop for a while. And with the good drainage at the Queen's Park Oval, and with the groundsmen doing such a wonderful job, they are really trying their best to cover all the areas before all the central areas, and they are doing a job at it, getting it right, and the umpires are there supervising what's happening. And this rain really caught most of the ground staff and the umpires. It was a surprise downpour, because Cyrus just started his over and the rain came from nowhere.
Definitely so. So as we have the rain delay here at the Queen's Park Oval, the score is 155 for 4. And as still, and to our cricket viewers around the world, we'll be taking a break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll have some good news for you.
Okay, thanks so much.
welcome back our viewers to the Super 50 clash between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Windward Islands. So we have a resumption of play here now. We would have been we had a rain interruption for a pretty long period of time, and the game has been reduced to 30 overs. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they will require 206 runs to win on Duckworth-Lewis method, and Jamaica would have batted first previously. For our viewers who are now tuning in, they made 155 for 4 after 30 overs. So the Duckworth-Lewis system works it out to 206 runs. So Windward Islands will have they will have 30 overs to do that, and the power play, how it's going to work, it's from 1 to 6, the first power play. The second power play would run from 7 overs to 24, and the third power play would run from 25 to 30 overs. So that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. Beautiful weather here for cricket again after such really bad rainfall. It was a lot of rainfall here, Astle.
Yes,
after lunch.
Adrian.
So it's really nice to see that we could actually get play here. At one point we thought it wasn't going to have much cricket here again, but great work by the ground staff, and also even greater drainage here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, indeed. The ground is covered now in sunshine. The oval is a picture to behold, and after such a long delay, we have play finally will start, and there's so much development because the Jamaicans, they had their tune of the crease, and when we had the interruption, well, such a long interruption, they decided that it will be the turn of the Windward Islands, and they have been, as Adrian rightly described it, they have been set a total of, by the Duckworth-Lewis system, 206 to get of 30 overs, and the oval is a picture, it's sunshine out here, and we are ready for action. Good action indeed. We'll see how this one will unfold, Adrian.
So we see the and it starts off with a wide here. So just waiting here now for our system to update. So we have Daryl Cyrus. Right, we're just waiting for the new CG to come up here. So Min Lee is taking the attack from the northern end, and he pushes there for 1 through the offside. So an interesting match here, 206 runs from 30 overs. What do you think are the chances are still?
I think it's the batting team, as we were discussing off air before we come on, that the Windies, they stand a very good chance to pull this one off, because you have all 10 wickets in stock, and you have 206 of 30 overs. It means that if you take your time, the wicket was protected, or was protected and covered all the time. There might be some little moisture in it, but the batting team will have the advantage at this time. And as we see, it is a batsman. The wicket isn't playing all that terrible. So I think all the cards are stacked heavily in the favor of the batting team at this time.
Oh, that one beats the outside edge there by Mindley. So the scoring rate, it's around 6, just under 7 runs per over. So that is what the Windward Islands would be looking at. So it's a pretty interesting chase still. You know that the team batting second always have that advantage. But for some reason, going at close to 7 and over for the course of 30 overs is still an interesting, because it's not a 20-20, it's still 10 overs extra. So you have to score at that rate. Oh, that's a wonderful delivery there by Mindley. Beating the off stump and the bat there. Really great delivery there by him. See the first slip in place. So they will be looking to get early inroads here, the Jamaica Scorpions, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes would be looking to really maximize that bonus the they will also have the opportunity to have a bonus point if they scored 7 runs and over in this power play. I'll just let you know how much wickets they would lose. Oh, and that one comes back into the right-hander. So really good bowling, really good start here from the Windward Island, from the Jamaica Scorpions.
A very good start indeed from Minley. I mean, this his opening overs here. Like I said before, I believe that due to the interruption and the covering of the wicket, there must have been some moisture on the wicket, and it is causing some problems for the for at least the opening batsman. And Minley is making use of it because he's getting sideways movements, and that one almost cut the batsman in half there. An excellent delivery.
Oh, and he's bowled him. Minley here taking the first wicket here for the Jamaica Scorpions, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes would be disappointed about this here now.
Definitely, and this is just what the doctor ordered for the Jamaicans, and Minley did exactly that. He had the prescription and he produced it. Yeah, a fine delivery, a one that came right back in the batsman there who's making his way. He played all over it, all around it, and the ball cannon into the middle and off stump. So a good start for Jamaica, a bad start for the Windwards. And that 206 might be a tough task for them, but they will be settling. They'll try to settle in and to do a great job. As we see, Kevin Hodge is the man who is coming in now to continue the battle. That was the end of the first over. No, the Minley still has an over, still has a ball to go or two.
Yeah. So the last batsman there, that was this Mrs. Pascal. So he goes, and Artenez is on the non-strikers end. So the first wicket here to Minley, he's 1 wicket, 2 runs, and there's still 1 more delivery in the over here. So the new batsman, as you mentioned, is Kavim Hodge, West Indies Test batsman. Oh, and that's wonderfully bowled again there into the pads of Hodge, who is off the mark right away in that vacant square leg region, and that's the end of the over, and the score is 3-1 after 1 over.
So good start. I think the Jamaicans will be very happy with how things started here. They picked up an early wicket, and they'll be looking to make greater inroads. Minley himself looked very, very good in that spell, in that over there. He got the ball to move in and out, and even got some bounce. So it will be a very, very tough task. There will be question asked of the batsmen, and let's hope that the Windward Islands batsmen are able to answer them, because it will be a very enthralling battle and a keen one as the overs proceed.
Yes, so we see Royal taking up the attack from the northern end, and he is a left arm orthodox bowler, and he would be bowling, which seems like around the wicket to the right-handed Hodge, and we see spin being introduced as the norm these days in this limited over version, as it seems to be keeping things tight and also getting the wicket here and there in this. So it's worked on the onside there for Kavim Hodge, and he's coming back for 2. Will this be a run out at the non-striker end? No. The fielder decides to throw it at the keepers, and maybe if he had decided to throw it at the bowlers, and it would have been a different result. But nevertheless, good fielding there to restrict 2 runs, and it brings the West Indies batsman Alec Artenez to the crease, and he would be looking to really continue to impress the selectors. You know that he's not currently on the West Indies ODI team, but this here is the tournament that really, if you do well, you would be knocking on the door, as we see with Justin Greaves, who you could say break down the door, scoring 3 centuries in a row. So his opportunity, I'm pretty sure, would be coming soon. Justin Greaves and Alec Artenez would be looking to do the same in this tournament. Oh, and he sweeps beautifully, reverse sweeps Artenez, 4 runs there, and a great shot by him. putting the pressure right away on the Jamaica Scorpions. Reverse sweeping a very confident shot there, I could tell you. To
It
come
he-
in, his it would be his first ball, I believe, of the
Yes,
game.
his first ball indeed, and I mean to play a reverse sweep from your first delivery, it means that this young man is full of confidence, and he has it. He knows he can play it, and he has done it and done it with perfection. It went all along the carpet into the fence for 4.
Really confident shot by Alec Artenez. It really shows his confidence to play a shot like that, as we would have mentioned before. So let's see how, as I said, 7 runs, or close to 7 runs and over is what the Windward Islands would be looking at. A bit of outswing there from Royal, the left arm spinner. So the new ball tends to swing a bit. So first slip in play. Just work the wall on the onside there for 1 run. So the score now moves on to 8 for 1. For our viewers who are not seeing the information on the screen. So Artinez is on 5, Hodge on 2, Royal none for 5 of his 3 deliveries. Royal continues here. So a bit of a delay in the updates here. So we're just trying to improvise at the moment, viewers. It's not easy. So let's bear with us a bit as we get this the information on the screen up and going pretty soon.
As we see there, that was the conclusion of Royal's first over, which was his first delivery to Alex Artenez. That was swept away for 4, but he kept it tight for the rest of the over. And you can see that this contest in the middle will be a keen and a very tense one, because you have Cabin Hodge and you have Alex Artenez at the wicket, two very good players, and you have Mindy, who bowled well in his first who started well. So you find that it will be ball against bat, or the contest will be a very keen and a tight struggle to the end.
Yes, certainly. And Alec Artenez he's a very nice batsman to look at. He's very technically sound. You could see his whole entire setup, and he's a really good driver of the ball. He plays the pull shot really well. But that one there, and he's gone. So unfortunately, we are not going to see much of Alec Artenez today, as the score now is reduced to 2 wickets down to the Windward Islands, and they would be very unhappy with that.
An excellent delivery there from Mindy. That one was pitched. It left Artenez. He followed it, touched it, and the keeper did the rest. It was and this man, he's in a good. He has found his rhythm, and he's into a good spell. And I believe it will take a lot of pulling away a captain to take the ball away from Mindy's hand, because he picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs, and I believe he's the man that Jamaica will be looking at to really pull to put them on victory course. Good delivery indeed, good spell indeed, good ball, and he has been doing well so far. So Jamaica picked up the 2nd wicket, and the Windwards, they have been forced to play catch up, and they are struggling at this time to keep out the man called Mindy. He had been bowling exceedingly well.
Yes, and it's 9 for the loss of 2 wickets from 2.2 overs. So Minley there continuing from the northern end, really continuing where he would have left off in his first over, and now we see in the dismissal of his 2nd wicket, Alec Artenez, one of their very experienced batsmen in the Windward Island setup, and that would definitely put a damper in the attack. So the new batsman here come to the crease. This looks like Sunil Ambrose, the captain, who will have to take the responsibility on his shoulders here in this situation, also being also a very experienced campaigner for the Windward Islands. And himself and Hodge will really need to take the mantle and carry their side through this game. And wicket to wicket there, Mindley just driven or played down to the mid-off fieldsman there. It's interesting to see the approach now because the asking rate is 7.2 at the moment, and their current rate is 3.6. So if they allow too many dot balls are still, pretty soon it's going to reach the 8 runs and over, 9 runs and over, and it will get the job will get very difficult. He plays that one to the backward point, and no run.
And you can see Minley there. He's warming to the task because he seemed to be enjoying this one. Picked up 2 wickets and he got the big fish of Alex Athanaze. I mean, you can't get bigger than this when you're up against the Windward Islands, and he's one of the star batsmen. I believe once Mindy, he's looking to make further inroads into this batting lineup.
Oh, and that's well bowled there again by Mindy. That one pitching around fifth stump and angling away to the right-hander. So somewhat what you'll call almost a perfect delivery to bowl to a new batsman, because they maybe a few inches closer, but it still is a very good line because it's very easy to feel at those deliveries, and could take the outside edge, could go to the keeper, it could go to the first slip. So good bowling here by him. Oh, now I want to come back. So he has the ability to move the ball both ways, and that's the end of the over, and that's 10 for the loss of 2 wickets after 3 overs.
So Mindy just completed his second over and he has 2 wickets under his belt. So he has given Jamaica an excellent chance, and he will be looking to make further inroads into this batting lineup. As you will see, Adrian Mindy has kept a good line and a good length to the batsman. And the one in which he got at Alex Athanaze, that is a pitch of a delivery. It pitched somewhere between the middle, leaving him, and he followed it, touched it, and the keeper picked it up. So Jamaica, you can say the Jamaican Scorpions, they are in front at this time, but the Windwards will be looking to pull things back as we see Royal is the man who's bowling from this end.
Yes, definitely, and that's pushed there to the mid-off. And the Jamaica, as you were mentioning about Minley, he also has that ability to move the ball both ways, which is always a big plus for any fast bowler, because and that's worked down to the backward square region. Will just be 1 run, and that ability to move the ball both ways is a very good skill to have, because as a batsman, it really has you thinking which way is this ball going to go. So the batsmen really need to concentrate. If you're facing a bowler like that, you really need to pay attention to the arm of the bowler. Also, you need to pay attention to the seam of the delivery, because most of the times when a bowler is moving the ball both ways, sometimes he uses the seam, and you can actually see the angle of the seam, and that way you will know which direction the ball is going. So a lot of concentration will be needed, because Minley's on the go. He's 2 overs and he sweeps there, and looks like it made connection with something. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, and that's wide. So that's 2 wides there added to the total. So this should bring us to the Windward Islands. Should be at 15 now for 2. Down there to the backward square region. Should be an easy 2 here. Feel that there is Odin Smith in that short fine leg, but he had to run all the way down to the deep backward square region. So a good start here by the Jamaica Scorpions. That That is always the concern after a long break, the batting side. As we were mentioning, when there's a long break and as opening batsmen, you don't know when the game is going to actually resume. And it's so important that, yes, the rain is falling, there's a long delay that's worked there for 1 run. You have to, as an opening batsman, you need to always keep that focus. So I'm not sure what accessibility to the nets and so on they would have if they have access to the indoor nets. But during that rain break, knowing the drainage is so good here at the Oval, that play could resume. The opening batsman would have had to been in the nets, keeping warm, being ready for anything because the game, and that's hit all the way, and that is 6 runs there by Kavim Hodge. A great shot by him there, picking up the length really early, and it goes all the way for 6.
A nice shot there from Kevin Hodge indeed. It was a bit short. He picked it up very early and he deposited it over deep in mid wicket. You can see that, but nice shot indeed. He rocked back and the full swing of the bat. So it is an excellent shot there that takes the total to 22 for 2, and Hodge and Ambrose are the 2 men at the crease. And I mean, just to add to what you were saying, Adrian, with the batsmen keeping warm, the opening batsmen, and keeping their focus, because it is so important that they keep their focus.
Oh, that's off the tie pad there. Quick single by Ambrose.
Yes, indeed. It is so important that you keep the focus, keep the eyes on the game itself, because it is imperative that when you come out in the middle, that you are ready to go. You will be on song, and that is an essential part of your preparation outside of the ground.
Oh, and that's hit there, but would it be 4? No. Oh yeah, that's 4 runs. A bit of a misfield there by the fielder. Maybe I'm not sure if the moisture there would have affected him a bit. He was a bit hesitant to go at it, but it goes all the way for 4. So Kavim Hodge here, really going at it. He moves on to 12, understanding the situation here. And yeah, that is something happen even when I used to play, is that when you have these rain delays, you always need to keep focus. And we really see the Windward Islands team falling suspect of that, because they would have lost their 2 openers, Alec Artenez and Pascal. And it's the same thing we were speaking about during the interruption, is that if I was those opening batsmen, I would have been in the nets, having someone throw balls at me, even in the bowling machine, because with this drainage here at the Queen's Park Oval, once there's 15 minutes break or half an hour sun, we can have play again. So something here is a learning curve, and for all batsmen, it's very important to have that focus, opening batsmen especially. Oh, and that's hit. Wow, that's 6 runs there by Kavim Hodge. A big hit into the players section there. So he's in a hurry here, obviously, because we know that scoring rate there is climbing. It comes down a bit now. It moves to like 6 point something. So that's really good there to see.
And that was a hit with a lot of the stain indeed, because he came down the wicket. And when you march down against a fast bowler, it means that you're telling him that he's in bowling
and that's
well.
4 again, straight down the ground by Kavim Hodge. Yes, great shot by him.
So Hodge, he is in a hurry here, or he has decided to fight fire with fire, to put the pressure back on the bowlers, because they have lost 2 quick wickets, and he has decided that the only way out of this situation is to fight fire with fire, and he has been doing that successfully so far, because the score has raced along a 6 and then followed by a 4 boundary. So I think Mindy will be forced to rethink his strategy against Kavim Hodge.
That will be 4 again. Pulled away to backward square for 4. So Kavim Hodge here really taking the attack here to Minley. And at the end of the over here, it looks like it's 45 for 2 from 5 overs.
45 for 2 or 5 overs with Kevin Hodge on the go, because to me, Minley may have
Sorry, that's 41 for 2.
41 for
Yeah.
2. We have given them 4 runs. You have and you have Ambrose, he's on 5, and Hodge on 26.
And he's going along really quickly.
Yeah,
Off 10 balls.
Yeah,
So he's scoring a mile a minute.
Yeah, up 10 deliveries. So he has decided is to fight fire with fire as Royal comes into bowl to the skipper Ambrose.
Oh, and he
Ambrose
sweeps.
plays a sweep shot there.
Oh, and that goes so far. Great shot there by Ambrose there. Royal just pitching probably just maybe middle and leg. And Ambrose there quickly onto it, sweeping very hard. And the Windward Islands here really taking the attack. Even though they lost that 2 wickets, they cannot afford to consolidate too long, because that asking rate will really climb. So Windward Islands, even though they lost 2 wickets, deciding to still go at the Jamaica scoring bowlers at a very hard rate.
So you see, Adrian, I mean, it's not just bat and ball, but it is strategy indeed. And I think Ambrose will be thinking about all these little all these little items that he has to think about as a captain and as a batting captain and as a man who will be looking to steer his team out of this situation and into victory. He has all these little things to think about, and so it is added pressure on him. But he seems to be coping very well at this time.
Yes, that is so true, Astel. And as I'm looking at the bonus point, the first power play, the Windward Islands, if they don't lose, they have that's 4 runs again there by Ambrose, and he hits that one into the cover region. Great shot by him. And as I was mentioning, they have, if they bat one more delivery without losing a wicket, in fact, even if they do lose a wicket, they have up to 2 wickets that they could lose. They would get a bonus point here, because they actually score they are scoring at more than 7 runs and over, and they would have needed to be, let's work down there to long one, they would have needed to be at 42 runs after 6 overs. So that's a bonus point there for the Windward Islands. So just to keep that in mind.
So they have recovered somewhat. I mean, when it comes to, they have checked the slide a little. That's the Windward Islands, and the batting seemed to be quite getting a bit easier now, because the wicket itself, as I suspected early on, with the covers being on so long, there's the end of the power play. I
Yes.
see the umpire is giving the signal. So as I have suspected all along, I mean that period where the wicket was covered, they had some freshness, and Mindy made use of it. But then as the sun hit it and it dried out, it has gotten a little easier for the batsmen. And Ambrose and Hodge seem to be they're batting quite easy. There isn't much alarm. As particularly Hodge, he was severe on Mindy. He took him on, and then you saw, but Ambrose, he followed in that style by picking up a boundary or 2 here and there. So it is good going by the Windwards, and Jamaica will try to really pull things back. And we see the man who is coming into the attack now is Odin Smith. Odin Smith, yeah. I think that he must have put on some weight, a little bit of weight. He has spent some time in the gym, and his shoulders seem to be quite broad indeed. So he's into a trial run. Odin Smith, a pretty good all-rounder. I mean, he could be classified as an all-rounder. Hits the ball extremely hard, and he's a tidy medium pacer.
Definitely so. So we have the second power play now, which would be running from 6 overs to 24. So it would be a total of 18 overs, and the Windward Islands would be looking to score at 6 runs per over, and they would need to lose 4 wickets or less to be able to get that batting point. So something for the Windward Islands to look at. And then from a bowling perspective, the Jamaica Scorpions, if they take 5 wickets or greater in this second power play, they will get a bonus point also. So just something to keep while the game is happening. We know that obviously the end result is the important thing, that you want to win the game, but there's these little bonus points that the teams would be looking to gather, because it will add up to the end of the tournament, even when it comes to the qualification stages. For 1, 2, 3, and 4 spot, it will matter.
Excellent indeed.
Oh, Odin Smith there, a bit too close for that cut shot. But we know the state of the game right now. The required rate is 6.6. They are scoring at 7.9. And Ambrose there would be looking for any opportunity to get the scoring going. There's a sweeper on the boundary, a third man, a deep fine leg, a backward square. And he looked like he was trying to probably hit that in front of the cover region. Yeah, just like this. The outer deep cover here now. The sweeper comes around, picks it up nicely. And Ambrose here now moves on to 16. Hodge on 26. So a good effort here so far by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They're over 50 runs now for 2 wickets. So Odin Smith now continues from the northern end. Oh, and he hits that there, but straight to the sweeper. Fieldsman there, will just be 1 run. Briggs Hodge now on strike, who is also scoring at a very heavy rate. So both batsmen now from both ends are scoring freely. It's not a situation where one guy is playing any anchor role here. From both ends, they are deciding that if the ball is there to hit, we are going to hit it.
Oh yes, indeed, and that's another bad strategy indeed when you are coming off, when you have lost 2 quick wickets and you are seeing the ball as they are seeing it very well indeed. Smith into ball.
Oh, that would have been 4 runs there. Well fielded there.
Excellent fielding
by
indeed.
Royal in that backward point region. Really good fielding there by him. And it looked like it went to his weak side, because he's a left-hander and was able to cut it across on his right side. So really good fielding for him. Really moves on. Ambrose now comes on strike. This would be a really entertaining game. Really looking forward to see where this game will be. I see a field change here now. Odin Smith looks like he's bringing up the fine leg now, and he's putting back an interesting field here. So he has a sweeper, a deep point, and a third man. So he would be obviously looking to really bowl outside off stump here to Ambrose. Yeah, and he cuts down to the backward point for that fieldsman. Ambrose, yes, from what they understand, and is a very strong player on the offside, having 3 fielders out there. So, and that's the end of the over. And the score now is 55 for 2.
Yes, indeed. From the field placing, we for Ambrose, it shows clearly that he favors the offside, and he's a good cut off the ball, a good drive off the ball, and that so Odin Smith decided that he's going to plug those gaps and plug it well. As we see, the score moves on to 55 for 2. Ambrose moves on to 18 of 20 deliveries, and Hodge, he's on 27 of 11 deliveries. So the win was a 55 for 2. And both batsmen are really looking to up the tempo at this time, because both of them are playing shots, and both of them are going after the bowling to really put the Windwards in a very, very good position to at least to come home to get over the line.
Certainly, and they're ahead of the scoring rate right now. Required is 6. Current rate is 7.9, and the required rate is 6.6. So they are on top of things. We know they are 2 wickets down, but they have 2 very good batsmen here. 2 of their most experienced batsmen. Looking at the Windward Alliance team, they have some really good batting lineup, and that is pushed down there to the long off boundary where they look for 2 runs. Decide not to come back for it. Good fielding there, cutting across. So really interesting to see the bowling changes that would eventually happen. Each bowler is the 5 bowlers allowed is 6 overs each. So it will be interesting to see how Campbell decides to mix his bowlers up. Oh, that's great delivery there by Royal, beating the outside edge. He's normally not a big spinner, but it's nice to see him getting some spin there, especially bowling from this angle where he's really angling it into the right-hander. Another one again, big spin. So really interesting to see, as you mentioned, after all that rain, the ball has some moisture in it because the outfield is still, it's not soaking wet, but there is moisture, and Royal, they're getting that ball to grip and spin is good signs for the spinners.
Yes, and we can see the umpire had a word with Royal. I don't know what he was telling him, but this one again had Hodge coming forward, hit the outside edge, or maybe he had opened the face, and they pick up 2 more runs.
Yeah. Hodge there deciding to use that spin. I would say it's a deliberate edge because there's no slip in play. So he knows once he gets a fairly thick edge, that's easy 2 runs. And it's a heavy outfield, so maybe before the rain he would have gotten 4 for that. But he comes down the wicket here, and will just be 1 run. Really good fielding here at this long on region. That fielder there, excellent job backing up his bowler. And Royal, 1 more delivery remaining. 59 for 2. So, that's a great delivery there by Royal. Bounce and spin. And at the end of the over, it's 59 for 2 after 7 overs.
And just remember that the Leewards, they have been set a target of 206 to get by the Duckwood Lewis system of 30 overs. So that means you can bear that in mind. Always look at that and see what target they are going at. 206 and of 30 overs, and they are now 59 for 2. The 2 most experienced players at the crease. Skipper Ambrose, he's on 19, and Kevin Hodge, he's on 30 of 15 deliveries. So it's an interesting. The game has been interestingly set up. So we await as the drama unfolds in the middle here at the Queen's Park Oval, where the sun is not with us, but it is a nice day for cricket.
Oh, and that was definitely going down the leg side. Not sure if he got any bat on it. We'll have to wait and see from the umpire. So yes, it's leg byes, and it really surprised. That delivery would have surprised Kavim Hodge because, as I mentioned, there's 3 fielders deep on the boundary on the offside. So there's a 3rd man, a deep point, and a sweeper. So Hodge, the last place he was thinking that ball was going to come was on his pass, and he really got surprised there. But there is also a deep backward square on the boundary. It's actually moving around now to a more still square leg, but just in front the square leg umpire on the boundary. So that's cut away there, but it would only be 1 run. Odin Smith bowling to his field. Interesting field placement here by him, but they are trying to restrict the batsman at all costs possible. Those 3 fielders on the offside there, the deep 3rd man, deep backward point, and the sweeper.
Very interesting field placing indeed. So it tells the batsman that where Odin Smith, where he will be concentrated, where he'll be looking to put that deliveries.
Yeah, and it'll just be 1 run. It reminded me a bit when I used to bat because I was so strong in that backward point region through cover. I used to get this field placing a lot. So they will put that same sweeper 3rd man, And there would be times I would still be defeated. So, but it takes some effort. It's also a high risk shot to play because you have all these fielders here. But sometimes as a batsman, you still have to back yourself in the situation. And that's a really good shout, Astle. That
A good
looked
shout,
really well.
an excellent shout indeed,
Yeah,
and I think it's a very close one. Let's see on the replay. Odin Smith, he's bowling to his field. Good shout indeed, but
Yeah, it looks like it's really good.
yeah.
But with the angle Odin bowl at, it
Yes.
was really wide. So it looks like it was going on, but it could have gone either way. It's one of those close calls where they call umpires
Exactly.
call.
Exactly, one of those close calls indeed, but that could have gone either way.
Yeah, that's worked down there again to that deep backward point region. Royal in that position. And that's the end of the 9th over. It's 663 or 64 for 2. We'll have to see. Actually, still one more remaining in the over. Okay, so the score it's back up here now. Yeah, so one remaining. Thank you very much to our technical team for getting this CG back up. It's very useful to us.
Very useful indeed. They're a very hard-working technical team because without that, sometimes we are left hanging there.
Oh, and that's well played there. And that's 4 runs there from Kavim Hodge. So him, even though there's that 3 fielders out there, he's backing himself to go very hard, as we could see here. So, and that's actually the end of the over now, 9 overs. It's 67 for 2. And Kavim Hodge is on 35 and Ambrose on 21. So a really interesting over here by finished really well for the Windward Islands as they were able to pick up that boundary of the last ball.
Exactly, as you were saying, Adrian, because once you back yourself and even self, there is they try to plug the gaps or plug the holes. Once you're on song and you back yourself, that was an excellent shot indeed.
Yeah.
And I'm sure during your playing days you must have pierced up those fields and feel good about yourself. Once the fieldsmen are there and you can still go past them, it means that you're hitting the ball with great timing and with great power. And that's exactly what Kavin Hodge is doing at this time.
That's right.
So there's a change of bowling. Let's see who's the new man up here. The score is now 67 for 2. Who will replace?
Looks like Redwood.
Redwood. Yes, he will be placed Royal from the commentators end or from the media center. Tamari Redwood is the man. He's coming from the Willie Rodriguez end, and he's a spinner also. And Willie Rodriguez was a good one during his playing days too.
Yes, so it'd be interesting here to see how he continues here, because Royal did start off pretty okay. So Royal here, he would be on Redwood here would be under pressure. We know that because the scoring rate has to be at a certain rate. There's no doubt about it. So everyone here will be facing the pressure as it to our viewers. It's a 30 over affair, and that's hit out to the mid wicket region, and that's 4 runs there for Ambrose. So right away, as mentioned, they are going to come at him. They are not going to let him settle by any means. And that they are a really poor delivery here by Redwood to start. So again, and all the bowlers here on the Jamaica Scorpions team, they need to be ready to bowl, because it being a tighter game, bowlers may have shorter spells and you could be called on at any time to bowl. So you will need to be prepared. And from that first delivery there, we could see that he wasn't ready. And this here now, it goes so far. So I really, poor start here from the leg spinner. Unfortunately, it has already consumed 2 fours of the over. So the pressure is on him still.
Yes, the pressure surely is on him because his first delivery was a long hop and it was given the treatment. And then he put one again. He put it down a bit wide on the leg stump. And Ambrose did the rest, and he found another boundary. So you find that Redwood, he's under pressure. And I thought Royal was doing a good job I didn't see him being taken out the attack, because his last over he got the ball to spin on 3 occasions and beat the batsman completely. But I thought it a bit strange that they will pull him out of the attack. And well, they brought on Redwood, and Redwood, it seemed to be the batsmen. They are going after him because they realize that he's new, he's fresh, and he needs to find that Lincoln line. And before he does that, they're going to go after him.
And that's work down there to the mid-wicket region. So there's a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, and a sweeper on the boundary. So there's a gap behind square on the onside there, next to the umpire there. So he would really need to keep his line straight, and that's driven straight to the fielder. Anytime he goes around leg stump, midland leg, Ambrose would be looking to expose that gap there in the backward square region. So one delivery remaining in this over, and that's just a quick single there. So that's 11 runs coming off the over, and it's 77 or 78 rather for 2.
78 for 2 as the end of the over. Redwood's first over wasn't too impressive. I think he will take some time to really settle in. But both Kevin Hodge and Sunil Ambrose, they will not allow him that luxury indeed. 78 for 2 of 10 overs. Remember, the win was they are chasing 206 for victory of 30 overs. So it is it is interestingly set up here. Ambrose is on 31 of 30, and Kevin Hodge, he's on 36. And coming on to start his spell is the former West Indies fast bowler and the tallest man in the building at this time is Anthony Gray. Tony, nice to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Astel. Good evening or good afternoon to everyone. This is a interestingly poised game. 78 for the loss of 2 wickets, chasing 206 to win. So this is a good start, good enough start by the Volcanoes.
Oh yeah, after they lost 2 early wickets, I mean they have settled down nicely, and I'm seeing here that Odin Smith, he was doing a remark to his run-up, and the captain, but maybe they had a quick discussion. They are going to maintain that field placing, that strategy which they're using, Tony. You think it's a good one that Odin Smith is using against the experienced Sunil Ambrose and Kareem Hodge?
Yeah, I think it's too predictable. I think that obviously he's going to bowl outside the off stump. There's no slip in place, and you offering 2 square cutters that width to work with. So I think that he cannot be too predictable. He's got to bowl some delivery straighter.
Oh yes, as you talk about bowling straighter, this first delivery is quite straight, middle stump. So maybe he has heard you from here.
Yeah, it's like batting against a bowling machine. If you program the bowling machine to bowl wide of the off stump, it's easy for the batsman to know what is going to come his way. And with a field placing of having the deep backward point in that position there on the boundary, and then you have a man in front of a point on the boundary also. You know what is coming. That's a good shot. Well played by Captain Ambrose. Using the pace, the width as mentioned, and just lifting that one over the slip area for 4 runs. So excellent shot by Ambrose. And what it does too, Astel, it tells the bowler that he can be one-dimensional. And we know that Odin Smith is not a consistent type bowler. So you have to put the field placing in such a way that you get him to think about consistency just outside the off stump and not too wide.
Indeed, and well, from what I'm seeing here is that the both batsmen are looking very comfortable and very at home. And if this continues, I think Jamaica will have a battle on their hands to really contain these two experienced batsmen from the Windward Islands. Odin Smith, at this time, he's plugging away and he's trying his best to get a further breakthrough to guide the Jamaicans. But it will be a tough task because, as you said before, Odin Smith, he's becoming quite predictable at this time, and Sunil Ambrose and Calvin Hunch would not allow anything that he bowls to go astray.
It's again given width outside the off stump. And the other thing is that you really need to bring the different modes of dismissal into play by bowling at the stump sometimes. And we saw that with Mindley early on. He was direct at the stumps. He got the 2 wickets. And then I thought it was the cat and mouse game by especially Hodge to go after Mindley to take him off his line and length. And then the game changed significantly. So this is good batting, good cat and mouse cricket. But I'm hoping that the field side have that consistency to put more pressure on the batsmen.
Oh yes, the score is 83 for 2 in the 11th over. Odin Smith again into bowl 2. And the there we see Calvin Hodge. He went after this one from Odin Smith outside the off, went for the big square cut. He didn't get a hold of it. It touched the edge, and the wicketkeeper did a tremendous job. Went to his right, and he picked it up. So that's the wicket which they wanted. And the man who picked it up here is Odin Smith. It's now 83 for 3 in the 11th over. And Hodge is looking at the bat and saying, my, how did I miss that?
Well, he went hard at a wideish delivery. I say wideish because that was closer than most of the deliveries that Odin Smith has bowled. We'll see it again. Wide, he went wide at the stumps first of all, and perhaps because he went wide at the stumps, I think that Calvin Hodge was expecting the ball to be wide also, but it was close to him. He went hard at the ball, didn't really control the shot, and presented not an easy catch, but a chance for the wicketkeeper to catch the ball. He did that efficiently, and that's a breakthrough they wanted.
Excellent breakthrough indeed. The Jamaicans wanted. They were looking for that. You could see during the discussion with Odin Smith, a very experienced a player indeed. He's West Indies. He has won the West Indies Cup, so he knows exactly what is required at this time when this type of cricket is tight, and he delivered. The man who is coming now, Shashrak Discard, he's the man who has replaced Kevin Hodge. And the win was 83 for 3 in the 11th overs. One more delivery in this. One more delivery in this over from Odin Smith, and we await as they settle down to resume play.
Well, initially, Astil, what they were looking at 206. In 30 overs, that's the equation after the rain interruption. Now we are looking at the strike rate. The current strike rate is, or run rate is 7.66, and initially it was 7 runs and over, so they're above the required run rate initially, and they would want to continue, but again, they've lost 3 wickets. And I'm not sure about the strength of this team as it pertains to the batting. So they got to be careful there. Ambrose has got a good start. He's now on 36 off 34. He would want to see his team through because at the moment, again, it's fluctuating fortunes with the 3 wickets going down.
Oh yes, and they have lost 3 top batsmen indeed. They're 3 top. Their first 3, the top 3. And a very good batsman indeed. So Odin Smith will resume action here. Good delivery for him. That one, this card just come forward and allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper. So Odin Smith can be proud of this over. He conceded 5 runs, but yet he picked up the very, very important wicket and the very aggressive Kadeem Hodge. Score is 83 for 3. The win was there chasing 206. And remember, it's 30 overs to get those runs. And it will be, we are into the 11th over, going on to the 12th, as the players move around very slowly indeed. We don't have much sun at the Queen's Park Oval. It is a kind of in the cool of the evening. It's now, the time is now of 3 minutes after 4. So it is this time where we see Redwood is the man who will resume the attack. I thought he didn't bowl too well in his first over, but let's see if he will find a Lincoln line and settle down this right arm, left arm spin bowler.
Yeah, that's a better delivery, flighty delivery. He is straight up and straight down. He doesn't come from an angle and really rips the ball away from the right-hander. Not sure that he's going to get turned here. We'll have to wait and see, but that was a very good delivery on the line of the stumps. Well played by this cat. Coming back and stroking the ball, changing the length, and that's good using the depths of the crease. Batting is really about split-second timing and movement. So he's good at rotating strike here.
Exactly, and we see from the first two deliveries from Redwood, he seemed to have settled. He is beginning to understand what is required, and he's beginning to understand the wicket indeed, that he cannot float it, he cannot flight it, but he has to push it through. So let's see what he will do as he comes up against the left-handed discard.
It's well played again. A valiant effort in that extra cover position, but to no avail. Now there's a balanced field, so it tells you how he's bowling Redwood. He's been inconsistent because of that balanced field. So his captain, Campbell, is not as yet confident in his ability to pitch the ball in the right areas.
Yes, so he has to maintain that type of field placement for him.
That's well played, looking for the single. So no risky shots. He's looking closely at the ball, putting the ball in the gaps to get the one. So Ambrose is playing a smart role here, captain's role. But as I mentioned before, he's got to carry through. And when I say carry through, at the end, so many times you have batsmen getting a good start. We saw Kevin Hodge just now. His wicket going down. Poor shot. Again, he's not playing with the movement of the ball. It's coming into him, but that front foot should have been going towards the ball to negate whatever movement, and he should be driving it through the slip area or the cover area. It's a good delivery again. So he settled down nicely. This is better and more discipline shown by Redwood. Good over by him.
Excellent over indeed, a good over indeed. After, when you look at his opening over where he was all over the shop, this time around he has settled down well and just conceded 3 runs from this over. So Redwood is now beginning to warm to his task to get together and to understand what is required. So it's now 86 for 3 as into the 12th over.
You want to see a partnership developing here. It's important that they carry on, and a lot of talking, a lot of discussions, a lot of information coming from the dressing room too. You see Campbell having a discussion with his bowler. He's going to make a bowling change here, and Campbell has been good at stopping the run flow as captain and getting some wickets in between there. So he's been good. He is a quiet guy, really subdued in his personality, doesn't get angry a lot, which is not a bad thing for a captain having to deal with young, inexperienced players. Yes,
indeed, and he has to have that type of personality, that type of one in which your players will not be easily aggravated by your mannerism, by the way in which you approach them, or the way in which you approach your captaincy, because there are some very aggressive captains indeed. So here we see the new man, a change of bowling. That has to be, we'll see shortly who is the bowler. As one more, as the score moves on to 1, Ambrose just pushed that one to short cover, and they went for the single.
Yeah, Barnes, that's Barnes. And the thing with Ambrose is he's good off the back foot. He's looking to play square of the wicket, but if you give him the opportunity And you really have to mix up not just the flight of the delivery, but the length of the delivery, because he's looking to play off the back foot a lot. Bring him forward a little bit more. That's better. Good length. But still pushing it in the vacant area. And that's what you need to do. Just build the partnership here. Don't play any risky shots, because the equation is still good. The current run rate 7.14. So that's just above the initial required run rate. Short delivery, too short. It's lucky that he didn't pull that 146, but it was too short the delivery. A knotting tight delivery, and didn't spin at all. So as I mentioned, that Amber is so very good off the back foot. You've got to pitch up the ball a little bit more. Not be afraid to do so.
How would you describe Barnes? Because Barnes just seemed to be an off spinner, or just one who's just because I want to put him into the off spinning category, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that ball leaving there with no spin at all. He's just pushing it through, putting it down there for you, and I'm hoping that the batsman will make a mistake. But Barnes, he's keeping things quite quiet at this time.
Yeah, I think that he is not a wicket taker by any means. He doesn't turn the ball. He looks to bowl that consistent line and length. And I think that Campbell is trying to, bowl some overs here, to get away with some overs here, maybe 2 or 3 overs very quickly. So he's being futuristic too, and thinking about, at the end of the innings, if things get tight, you want senior bowlers there. But if you look at the score now, the summary, Jamaican Scorpions 155 for loss of 4. And chasing now, because the game has changed, it's 206 in 30 overs.
30 overs.
Wrong, 7 runs and over initially. So
Ambrose is having some repairs done to his left boot or to his tie. I see his partner, this card, come down the wicket, and he's offering some assistance to him. That is over, and this card is coming down to the non-strikers, and while his captain is getting ready to face up to Redwood from the presiding end. So it is 89 for 3 of 13 overs. And remember, the target down here at the Queen's Park Oval is 206 of 30 overs. So Redwood is the man who will resume the action here. Both to Ambrose, and Ambrose comes forward to this one, trying to stroke it back straight to him. The ball hit the inside of the bat and goes to the man at mid-off there. Short mid-off or wide mid-off. Wide mid-on, you could say. And there's no run. So the score remains at 89 for 3. Redwood again.
You see, he's better at playing off the back foot. The ball previously was flighted, and there's very good protection, a long on and a long off, and he's much more comfortable. Ambrose coming off the back foot on both sides of the pitch. He's working the ball nicely. He has that ability to watch the ball onto the bat and close the face of the bat to put the ball on the one side. Well bowled
again from Redwood. Redwood is really settling nicely into his spell. That one, this card has pushed it around to get a single, and the score moves on to 90 for 3. But as we said before, as you were pointing to, Tony, Ambrose has to bat deep into this innings to really get his team over the line. He has to be the man at the end who will be there to guide them through.
That's a good shot by Ambrose, coming forward, playing with the movement of the ball, and getting a single. So yeah, I mean, he's experienced, and obviously he's the captain. He's perhaps the most experienced player, the batsman, and the player in the general sense on this team. So he's got to be there at the end to see his team through.
as Redwood again. This time he's bowling to discard. Discard is, he's bowling. Excellent delivery indeed. As we were as you rightly pointed out, Tony, he wasn't getting that right footer out to the ball or around to really execute the shot. He just pushed the right foot around, being a left-handed batsman, and the ball cannon into the stump. So a good breakthrough again.
Yeah, conventional type wrist spin from the right-hander, bowling that ball, coming back in, creating a space between bat and pad, discard, and not getting out that front foot, not covering that line of the ball, not playing for the movement that's coming back into him. And the ball went on to hit the stump. So excellent delivery by Redwood. You mentioned it, he settled down nicely. He's now acquired a wicket by just creating more and more pressure and bowling a wicket-taking delivery. Now, as we watch the pitch there, there's some rough outside the line of the off stump to the left-hander, so he's used that quite nicely. And this is good cricket from the fielding team. Redwood, again, we are looking at it. Nice bong to the wicket. Good delivery. Space between bat and pad, comprehensively bowled.
Big space between bat and pad. You could have run a Mack truck through that space there indeed, because he needed to be much more tighter than that. And batsmen must realize that in this form of the game, your defense must be very tight indeed. You must make sure that there's nothing can come through.
Yeah, but it's something that I've spoken about time and time again as we watch the ground staff do some cleaning operations there. Something that I spoke about, they depend on hand-eye coordination, the batsmen today. That long stretch forward to negate spin is not consistently there. They will do it once or twice. If you look at, Virat Kohli, he gets really long forward because he's had, obviously, the experience of playing against a lot of spin in India, and he really negates the spin bowlers and push them back too. And they'll have to change the length they bowl to him. So this is not something that we see a lot in Caribbean cricket again, where batsmen get out and negate spin or get out and drive the ball to put pressure on the spinners.
It's true, Tony, because I mean that's a very interesting topic. How the Caribbean batsmen go about playing spin, because we have just seen down in Sri Lanka where our batsmen, the Caribbean batsmen, they struggle against the spin bowling, and to play spin. It's a science. One has to understand the rudiments of your movements. I mean the back and across, and how you push forward, and when you leave your crease, you come down the wicket in a particular manner. How to play spin bowling, and I think this is a very, very interesting topic. A kind of worms. I mean, you have opened up, because in the Caribbean we seem to be struggling against good spin bowling.
Well, I think that the skill set has to be developed very early on in the piece. They're on the 15 levels. You have to have batsmen having the confidence to come down the wicket, and coaches have a job to do. But if you don't have the skill level, then a lot of tricks will be played in your mind, and there will be a lot of negative self-thought and self-talk sometimes when you're under pressure, and that's a problem that we've had. If we don't have the skill, the confidence level won't be there to want to play spin. And especially in these white ball games where you have to go after the runs and you have to keep the scorecard ticking. If you don't have the skill and you don't have the confidence, well, it's going to be sad.
Well, the new batsman of the crease here is Jonel Eugene, and he's facing up to the man who just picked up the wicket there, Redwood. A good delivery indeed. Eugene just went back on the back foot and tapped that one straight back to Redwood. The end of the over, and the score remains a 92 for 4 of the 16th over.
Well, Sunil Ambrose definitely needs somebody to stay with him. He's been going well, and he really needs somebody to stay with him long enough. He's having a word with a new batter. I say batter these days. You could use it because of the gender situation. Women are playing cricket now, so the general term is batter. We are accustomed saying batsmen in this situation. So So he's just content and just working the ball around.
Yeah, that delivery from Royal. Royal is back into the attack from this end. Am I seeing correct? Yes, he is. And Ambrose just pulled that one around for a single. And the new man, Eugene, will be facing up to Royal. It seemed like if Brad Barnes would just give him one over, as Royal is the man who is bowling, because to me Barnes is a right-hander, this one's a left-hander. Let's see what's happening here. Am I seeing correct? Yes, it is. It is Barnes indeed. Something is going wrong. It's Barnes indeed. And here you have Brad Barnes is the man. He's celebrating because he just picked up the wicket of Janelle Eugene. That one, I put him down as a piece of bowler, a man who just did to wrong his arm to get the overs to go through, and yet he have picked up a wicket here for Jamaica, and he is delighted. I mean, he ran around, he punched the air, he did everything possible where a man who picked up a wicket there. So the score now in 93 for 5. And the Windwards, they slipped into deeper trouble. But the skipper is there, and you can see on the replay how joyous and happy was Brad Barnes indeed to have picked up the wicket of Janelle Eugene. He will be replaced by Dillon Douglas. He's a new man who's coming to the crease, and let's see how he will fare against this bowling attack, and how long he will be there to accompany his captain, Sunil Ambrose.
I think that Barnes, bowled a very good delivery there. It was a delivery that was aimed at the off stump. The angle was coming into Eugene. Eugene didn't have the back foot movement to cover the stumps initially, and he was looking to play square the wicket. So a sloppy bit of cricket again by the batting team. They have to develop a partnership, but we've seen wickets being gifted to the opposition, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Oh, yes, some soft dismissals, if you can call it, because the 2 wickets that went down very quickly there, you can call it soft dismissals with lack of technique. I mean, lack of total technique indeed. And Brad Barnes is the man. He is creating some problems here.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad delivery at all, an excellent delivery that went on. So he's got some tricks up his sleeves here. He's expecting that ball to turn back into him, but it's bowling those deliveries that can straighten a bit. And this has been good bowling. I mean, we don't have him down as a big turner of the ball. He doesn't look like a great off-spinner, a very good off-spinner. But what he does is play the role that his captain wants him to play. And it's been smart bowling. Oh
yes, very deceptive indeed, because the batsmen or the batters may think that this is easy for to play him, but yet he's a finger spinner, and he spins some and he's keeping a very good line.
Yeah, I think that Ambrose has to change his mode of attack here and his approach to batting, because he's losing partners, so he's got to farm the strike a little bit more and manipulate the ball into the gaps to do exactly that. As we look at Windward Island's Volcanoes, Alec Antones didn't score runs, and I'm concerned about him because he's a talent. He's been a talent for a long time now. In the World Cup tournament under 19 that he played, he was the most productive batsman, and he had some really good batsmen going on to big things and representing their country. So you really want to say that you have to be concerned about Alec Antones and the lack of productivity in this tournament and in recent times representing the West Indies team.
Oh yes, because he's one of the bright spots in West Indies cricket. He's one I've been talked about as a future top-class batsman. So you need him to be scoring runs and getting runs, having been dropped from the West Indies team. And this is an excellent shot there from Sunil Ambrose. This one was short outside the off stump from Redwood, And Ambrose gave it the treatment. He went back and he punched, he hammered that one through extra cover for 4 runs. So the score moves on now to 98 for 5. Ambrose, as you rightfully point out, Tony, he has to have a different approach to his innings. He has to take control and take command of this innings.
Yeah.
Redwood now is the man who will continue the attack to Sunil Ambrose.
That's a better line.
Good line indeed. Good
Yeah.
line and good delivery.
So he has the habit of sometimes bowling wild and pulling it on with the front arm, so that bowling arm, his right arm, follows the front arm, and that's why he bowls wide. That was a good shot by Ambrose just now. That's a good shot, good sweep shot on the line of the leg stump now. So he's bowled a bad delivery through the offside. He's bowled a good delivery just now, and now he's bowling a bad delivery down the leg side. And Ambrose is very adept at playing the sweep shot, wonderfully played in the right area to play it, and in the vacant area, square of the wicket on the onside.
Oh yes, indeed, and that brings up a boundary. That brings up the 102 now for 5 off in the 16th over. So the Windwards, they are chasing 206 for victory. As Redwood bows to Ambrose. Ambrose drives this one down to the man on the deep boundary there, and there's just a single. It's now, when you look at the run rate, the current run rate is 6.33, and so the win was there. They need 57 more runs. Oh, well, let's see if we are reading this thing right. Because sometimes the technology can throw you off off your game.
It's not perfect.
Yeah, correct. Well, bowl, good delivery, but about the new man, Dylan Douglas, there was right on the back foot, pushing it to the man there at short for a single, and the score moves on to, well, the score is way past the 100 now. I see. Good delivery again but Ambrose just comes forward and tapped this one. 104 for 5. Oh. Okay. So, according to our calculation, there the Windwards need 102 of 64 deliveries.
Yeah, and it's gettable, obviously. Ambrose has been playing well, but he needs to develop a partnership. Remember, it's off 30 overs
yeah,
to get to 206 to win this game. A truncated game because of the rain interruptions. And Barnes will continue, and he's been doing a very, very good job. Looking for the single. Giving Ambrose the strike, and that's what needs to happen frequently. Douglas is a tall man, so you can come out to drive at the ball, put the ball in the gap, just to give his partner, captain of this side, the strike. That's an excellent delivery again. Flighted delivery. It's not a big turn of the ball, but he's got some degree of confidence there now. He's not afraid to bowl a full-length delivery to Ambrose.
Yes, indeed. Barnes, a big man, a tall man, and he's, as you rightfully point out, he has grown in confidence, having picked up that wicket, and he was very, very happy indeed to have done that. And I think his captain, John Campbell, must have been elated to have kept the faith in him.
That's good feeling, excellent feeling, saving 4 runs really. Because if that ball got past him, because of the power that Ambrose hit that ball with, it would have gone into the boundary. So, excellent feeling. Again, good feeling, keeping the pressure on. And the fielder's doing the business. It's not been bad at all. It's not an easy ground to field on, especially with the football that has been played here. There's some areas that the ball may fluctuate in bounce in reaching the fielder. But this is a good over, excellent over pressure bowling. And Campbell could be very happy with Barnes' effort.
Well, yes, indeed, because I suspect that Barnes was one of the bowlers in which Campbell was just looking for to make up overs. But yet he came out and he kept a good line, and he really picked up a wicket, and picked up a very important wicket indeed. And so the Windwards, they're up against it, but their captain, Sunil Ambrose, is there. Once he's there and he has the support, I think anything can happen. But looking at the action here, we see Redwood will continue his bowling spell, and he will be bowling into Dylan Douglas. Good delivery indeed, very good delivery. But what that one pitch somewhere between middle and off.
Yeah, I like that delivery because he's attacking the stumps. He's getting the ball to turn. He's completing his action. He got close to the stump. And when you get close to the stump, your perception of where you want to deliver the ball improves a great deal. Here he is again, but that's one short and wide. And these Jamaican batsmen have shown the ability to play that square drive and the square cuts. So you cannot afford to give them width.
It's
or the
true.
Windward Islands batsmen.
Oh yes, because this is one of the drawbacks of the right arm leg spin bowler, because anytime he drops short, he can be punished.
It's
And
a
there
good
is
shot.
this one here, lovely shot from Ambrose, but well fielded there. The man at short cover.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Testing him. Asking him to play that expansive drive. The ball is turning on. It's gripping a little bit. And it was slightly wide, encouraging Ambrose to go for that drive. Excellent. And he's getting a word from his batting partner in Douglas. He's coming down the wicket saying, listen, we got to see this thing through. We got to concentrate harder. Don't lose focus. Another good delivery. Good delivery. Just one run. Really good field placing there by Campbell. He's now applauding his bowler. Working to a game plan. The game plan is working at the moment. You don't want to come off the game plan.
That is very important to stick to your game plan. And that is exactly what Douglas must have, when he went down the wicket to speak to his captain, he must have told him, we have a plan. And our plan is to be here at the end of this innings. When we get across the line, we are going to go to the have a shower and maybe have a drink after that. So the score is
108.
108 for 5. I mean,
Yeah, you got to look at your phone now
Okay.
because
Yes.
the ball has not been consistently right. So
correct, yeah.
sometimes the technology will fail us, but it's 108 after 18 overs. So again, remember it's a 30-over game, a truncated game, and what you really want is for the batsmen to continue. But at the moment, I would say that the fielding side has the advantage. Jamaican Scorpion has the advantage because they've gotten 5 very good wickets, and it's now incumbent and important that Ambrose, along with Douglas, see this deeper into the innings.
Well, yes, as you were saying, Tony, I mean, the fielding team has the advantage because, as the saying goes, they can control the pace of the game, how fast you want it to go once you keep a good bowling and good fielding. But this one was short, and Ambrose swings this one around from Barnes. It goes all the way into the boundary. So as we just given Barnes some kudos for his bowling attack, he put one short, and Ambrose made him pay for it.
Well, yeah, and I said that Ambrose is very good off the back foot. That was too short, nothing in that delivery. If you're bowling short, you can bowl a little faster, just to not give the batsman ample time to play that sort of deliveries. This is a good shot again. And all leg dabbing that one. Good feeling there by, it looks like Mindley. Getting to that ball quickly and not allowing the second run. So good shot. Again, we have seen some very powerful shots by Ambrose, and we've seen some depth touches, and that one down to third man, getting 1 run. There's a slight change in the field. There's Barnes, short delivery again. But if that was Ambrose receiving that delivery, he would have pulled that because he bats deep into the crease. And Douglas not as efficient at using that back foot. Good delivery. That ball spun a little bit, so there's a little bit of turn here for Barnes. He's obviously working on the ball. Ball one bad delivery. He's been excellent for his captain. And that ball turning a little bit. So there's some added traction on this surface.
Barnes is the man who continues his spell as he comes in the bowl to Douglas. Barnes, well, he held, put his hands towards his head, thinking that he must have gotten through the defense of Douglas, but the bat came down and denied him that.
That's a good shot. Excellent shot. Excellent shot. In the right area. Flighted delivery. He's not going to turn the ball a lot. And that was a very good slog sweep shot by Douglas. Excellent batting. And that's what you need. You need to take a chances because you don't need to be too defensive out there and just walk the ball around. If the ball is in the area with the big, strong shoulders, you got to look to hit it over the fence. And that was clearing the fence at the widest mid-wicket area. So excellent shot by Douglas.
Good shot indeed. I mean, Barnes brought that one up, and Douglas will give it the treatment, and he opened his shoulders, and with a sweet swing of the bat and a lovely song, it cleared the boundary. So Redwood is the man who will continue. His score is now 119 for 5. And this is a wicket in which Jamaica wanted. Sunil Ambrose, the captain, he is caught behind, or is he bowled down? Caught behind. This one, a good delivery from Redwood. Let's have a look at it and see. Oh.
I think that was excellent bowling because he was expecting the ball to turn a little bit more away from him, so he was going at the square cut, but that one had some turn, but not extreme turn, and it went on. It was a faster delivery, so Ambrose has to be disappointed because he was the man that was staying at the crease for a while, and he did all the hard work for himself, not for his team as yet, and he had to be very disappointed with that dismissal, and you've seen signs of it now. Body language clearly a negative one. And he knows that could be the end of the game because with, 6 wickets going down for 119 runs, it's advantage the field inside.
Yes, indeed. And the Jamaicans, the fielding team, they have called a team meeting. They realize that they gotten the big fish, the captain, Sunil Ambrose, and they have called a meeting, a board meeting, that is to really say, well, we are almost there. Let's make sure that and polish this thing off. We need to take care of the rest of the batters and make sure that we don't allow them to come out of this headlock in which they have found themselves. So the score is 119 for 6, and this is a tight situation indeed with the departure of Sunil Ambrose, the Windward Island skipper and one of the leading batters in this tournament. So the new man at the wicket is, let's see, who is he? The new man taking up the Grace, he has
Sharma
joined.
Springer.
Sharma Springer, he has joined Douglas. Let's see. Redwood hang that one outside the off tempo, and Sharma Springer, but he just got right forward and with a sweet swing of the bat, he's off the mark with his first delivery. 120 for 6 at this time.
I think that Redwood must not try too many things. He's getting the wickets. He's been consistent enough. We've seen the party of Ambris. So the lesser batsmen to come, although Springer is an excellent talent. He's had a first-class century. He's been batting well. That's a good delivery. Faster delivery. Faster, straighter delivery. So he could have been the flipper. And he showed some good qualities, good skills.
Exactly, because you can see Dylan Douglas shaping him to go for the big one, and then he had to change his shot in midway. This one from Redwood to Douglas. Douglas went back and just slapped this one. It went straight through the fieldsman, and which allowed him to go for a comfortable single. So this brings Springer into the attack, and Redwood has produced some good deliveries, Tony. I mean, some really, really good deliveries, and yet he has produced some really bad ones.
Yeah, he's been indifferent in his bowling, but he's gotten the rewards, and the very important batsman in Sunil Ambris. This is a good delivery, pushing forward, and that's what he needs to bowl. That is a good delivery that he should bowl a little bit more often. Attack the new batsman, Campbell, going in slip himself, waiting for that outside edge. Good captaincy. Playing a little too early. Trying to work the ball on the onside, but playing against the spin of the ball. And that's the end of a productive and penetrative over by Redwood.
Yes, and as you pointed out earlier on, I think Redwood shouldn't try too many things. Just stick to what is working and what is causing the problems for the batters, and once you stick to that, they're going to make the mistakes. They will realize that they have to be a little more aggressive, and they'll make the mistakes. And the score is now 121 for 6. Springer is 1, and Douglas is on 11, having faced 13 deliveries. Okay, all right. So as we get ready for the start of this new over, I introduce to you the man, no other than former West Indies opening batsman Adrian Barrett. Adrian is replacing me at this time.
Yeah, Barnes continuing from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. You have Barnes bowling, well, this is his 5th over. At 4 overs going for 18 runs. Got a wicket, so he's done a brilliant job. Douglas looks the part. He's got to be a little bit more aggressive now and positive. Take the pressure off Springer from the other end. It's a good delivery. Opening the face. Excellent fielding, but still cannot stop the single. Adrian Barrett.
Hi. Thank you, Tony. So we would have seen, Astel would have mentioned that they would have had a little meeting there after that wicket, the fall of that last wicket. And the Jamaica team, we know that they're closing in on victory, possible victory. But they also have the possibility of getting a bonus point if they get one more wicket here before 24 overs. So that little message that probably would have been sent out onto the field would have been just a reminder to them that if they pick up one more wicket, they will get a bonus point.
Yeah, just now you saw Campbell going to slip with Redwood bowling, so they're looking for the wickets.
That's right.
That's well played again. And they cannot be complacent. They have to maintain focus. This is still a good batting pair. As I mentioned, Springer scored a century at first-class level before, so he's got that ability to play some good scores.
When they worked in to the leg side there by Springer. So the score here now is 124 for 6, and last ball in the 21st over, and they will get a single off of it. So
Yeah, the other thing, Adrian Barrett, is that, because these guys are so accustomed playing T20 cricket, like Springer, for example, he's played franchise T20 cricket for the CPL. They're accustomed to these scenarios where you could go after runs. And they're not perturbed at all if things are not going well, the runs are not flowing, because they can make it up at the back end of the innings.
Yes, certainly so. And that is the important thing here, that the Volcanoes, it's a bit of a tricky situation. They require 9 and over. They are going at 6 and over, so 6 wickets down. So how you see this turning out here, Tony? 6 wickets down, they require 9 and over.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage is with Jamaica at the moment, but Mindley's coming on. He's had an indifferent spell. Remember, when he started the bowl well, he got 2 wickets in the process, and then he was hammered for some runs, some boundaries, and then he lost his consistency. So I'm not sure that Springer should be too subdued here. He's got to be a lot more positive. There's going to be pace on the ball for him to work with, so he can be assured that he can play his shots, but he's got to be intelligent. Now, this pitch hasn't changed much. We've not seen the ball keep low at all. So these guys can play through the line of the ball with the pace that is expected to come from Mindley.
Yeah, definitely so. So we're looking at the bowling here at the moment. So each bowler is allowed a maximum of 6 overs. So far, Mindley has 3, Royal 4, Smith 3, Redwood 5, and Band 3. So Campbell here sticking within these 5 bowlers here. This mainly being his that makes up the brunt of the bowling attack. So we know Royal has that for 2 overs. He went at 7.5, Mindley 7.3, Smith economy I'm speaking about 5.6 for Odin Smith, and Redwood 5, and Barnes 2.
That's a good ball, and they're not giving him the drives. They're short of a length, what you call hard length, bowling into the turf, and not being able to utilize any space there. Cramp for room, and just have to play the ball in front of him. And this has been a good start by Mindley.
Yes, certainly. So just push there into the
That's
offside.
good bowling again. Now, Mindley gets close to the stump and tries to tail away the ball away from the right-handers. He comes from a slight angle, gets close to the stump. You can see his bowling action tells you that he's going to bowl that outswing type delivery. And why not? There are 2 right-handers at the wicket, and predominantly a offside field. So good field placing. He's bowling to his field. That's a good shot for 1 run. That ball tailed in, a full-length delivery, and just pushing at that one, being safe there, not looking for the lofted drives. Springer getting 1 run. So they will have to talk a lot and talk about the equation. It's getting to the point in time they have to try to target 1 or 2 bowlers.
Yes, definitely. They need 81 runs from my statistics here online. 81 runs from 51 balls to win. So, yeah, they will need to really push the score in here. They probably are fully aware too that if Jamaica gets a wicket here also before the 24th over, they will get that extra batting point. So it's a bit of a mind game happening here also. We know the ultimate thing is to win. But at the same time, when it comes to the qualification period, 1, 2, 3, 4, that 4th position, 3rd position, it will come down to these little points that will really add up.
Good delivery again, and good running, good aggressive running. Now, you talk about Odin Smith, and as I said earlier on, he's got, 3 more overs in this truncated game, because he could only bowl a maximum of 6 overs, but he's been inconsistent in the past, so Campbell has to be thinking, who do I bowl coming to the end of the innings, because he still wants to have that pressure on the batting side. But they have done a good job.
Yes, definitely. So the Volcanoes 128 for 6 from 22 overs. This current partnership 9. And we have here that's Barnes from the southern end. And a big play on the miss here by this is Springer. So really a big shot into that. There's a massive gap between deep mid wicket and long on, and usually that's a I mean we're playing sort of in the center wicket here, so both sides of the field is pretty even, so really doesn't matter, not much of any wind here, so there's not much of a wind factor to say well hitting against the wind or with the wind. So once you as a batsman you make proper connection, it could go either side of the park.
Well, what we've seen from Barnes is subtle variation, not any evidence of a change of action, but the ball went through a little faster, and perhaps the length was a bit too full to play that shot. That's a good delivery, good delivery. Oh, poor bit of feeling, sloppy bit of feeling to his own bowling. And I know that is not the driest of surfaces out there, but still sloppy. And guys are skating all over the place, because of the damp nature of the outfield, but it's still playable. And it has slowed down a little bit because of the dampness. The rain fell heavily early on, and that would not be good for the batting side because you want the ball to really and truly go fast over the outfield. This is a heave and put in real effort, both batsmen, into playing these shots, but not getting the maximums.
Yeah, certainly so. And both batsmen, a little partnership here building. We see Douglas 14 not out, and it hit into the leg side there, but short of that mid-wicket fieldsman. Springer, the batsman. So, yeah, still not hitting the ball. Yeah, kind of mistiming it.
Well, it's positioning. They're
Yeah.
not getting in the right positions. Again, that off stump is not covered by their back foot, and they're not getting the levers going. That's better. He's doing it well, but he's hitting it into the ground, and they're not timing the ball well. He's looking for the second run, but to no avail. Springer is not going to risk getting run out here. He's running to the danger end.
Yeah. And coming to think about it, the outfield is pretty wet. I'm not sure the condition of the ball itself. Sometimes when you, as a batsman, you're hitting a heavy ball, it tends to sometimes, and that's good connection there, and that's 4 runs. So it really shows if you get in a good position here and hit through the line of the ball and make connection in the gap, it will go for 4. And that's 4 runs there by Springer. And that moves the score now to a 136 for 6 from 23 overs.
Yeah, what they have decided is obviously to up the ante because of the fact that things are getting beyond them. And we looked at 10 runs and over from here on is still gettable because I mentioned that these guys play T20 cricket. Springer is very adept at hitting the ball to the boundary. We saw that just now. It was a good shot by him. Short delivery. So they are putting some pressure on the bowlers, especially the ones who are not very experienced. But Royal is, and he's going to continue or start a new spell from the commentary end. And he would have been in these situations before Barrett. He's played a lot of T20 cricket. Jamaica Tallowers. Very efficient bowler. But this is a different situation that he's been placed in. He's got to look to bowl some tight deliveries.
Oh, and that's wide. Yeah, so he's we really seeing the pace he's trying to bowl at right now, and he's really bowled that one wide, and probably thinking that Douglas here is a pretty strong onside player. So let's see what line he's bowling here, and he decides to reverse sweep, and that is not out there by the umpire. So Yeah, a bit of a T20 situation really will be playing off here in this situation. So some exciting times here for these last 7 overs of this match.
Well, these guys are not going to come out of the creases to try to hit the ball over the top because of the field placing. So they're going to try to manipulate the ball on both sides of the field laterally. And you're seeing that reverse sweep being taken out here now, and that effort to play the ball in the gaps. So good field placing. That's a sluggish delivery, well fielded. And they're missing a lot of opportunities here with some poor deliveries. Royal is going wide of the stumps, and most times you expect him to be bowling into the right-hander, but it's going wide. That's a good shot.
That, and that's 6 runs. Straight into the media center here. Hey, we're hearing a loud bang.
Well, again, it was a full delivery in the arc, and he's got to go for that one. That was a good hit, clearing that front leg. And look at that. That was at distance and really far over the man at the long on area. So excellent shot. Got to keep him out of the arc. Short delivery, faster delivery, and trying to work that one. You can see the disappointment in the batsman's body language.
Yeah. And another thing to take note of in that last power play, which starts from the 25th over, 5 fielders would be allowed on the boundary. At the moment, in the second power play, only 4 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So, again, the Windward Islands they are aware that at the end of the 24th over, there will be an extra fielder outside. So another situation in the game that they would keep in mind. And they come back here for a second run and misses fielder there, misses there by a mile.
Would you make many changes to the field if things are going well? And even if you have the opportunity now as a captain to put 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, if things are going well and you're stopping boundaries and even the singles, would you maintain that pressure and that field placing?
That's a very good question, because you have 6 wickets down. At the moment, a bit of a partnership is building, so having that extra fieldsman out may not be a bad option. But if there's another wicket fall, that fall at any given time here, it may be a situation where you may just need 3 fieldsmen outside, because you may want to put in a slip or something like that. So it always get to the situation, but as a captain, it's always good to know that you have that option where you could have 5 outside, but if you don't need it, you could bring it in, rather than the other way around, like in the first power play, where you only have 2 guys allowed outside. And in those situations, sometimes you wish that you could get one more extra fielder to go somewhere. So, yeah, but at the moment here, the Jamaica Scorpions, they're on top of things. But we'll see how this over goes, because that's the end of the second power play, so it's 25 overs. So we should see 5 fielders now on the boundary. Yeah, so a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, and a sweep on the offside boundary, and that's bowled him. So Odion Smith has gotten that breakthrough there. That was that partnership that was just developing. That's Douglas there, bowled. Seems to be cutting that ball, trying to guide it off the off stump region there. Yeah, not a good shot by him.
Well, bad option to play that shot, really, square of the wicket, really, and truly you should be playing with the full face of the bat. Not every ball you will go up. We know that the scenario offers the batsman to be a little bit more positive. 10 runs and over is not easy at all. The bowlers have been bowling generally well, but that was a bad option to play square of the wicket. That ball too close to comfort. And again, a wicket has gone down. So the Jamaica Scorpions have done well here by not just restricting the scoring, but obviously being penetrative.
Yes, definitely. And the Jamaica Scorpions there, they got that wicket, the 7th wicket, but they just missed out on that bowling point, because if they had gotten that wicket in the 23rd over, they would have gotten that bowling point because of it would have been within the second power play. So we see how the game sometimes could be in this bonus point system. So we're not sure how those points will. We know at some point it will be interesting to see. As I mentioned, some of the teams they have some losses and they are still pretty high up on the standings. So you would see how that turns out.
Odin Smith will continue. That's a good delivery again. I've been very impressed with him because a lot of times, because of his consistent approach to the wicket, stride patterns not consistent at all, and he's a big, strong man. Doesn't always get it right, but in this situation, he's shown that he's got control. He's not trying to bowl too fast. He's just trying to put down the ball with some pace and not give the batsman the drive. So this has been a very good effort by Odin Smith. Very impressive.
Yes, he's 2 wickets now for 17 runs. He's in his 4th over, so really a good showing here by him. As you mentioned, this game being sort of a 2020 situation, and Odin Smith has played, I'm not sure if you know this, Tony, but Odin Smith has played for around 14 franchises around the world. So
including some in Trinidad.
That's right, the Red Force franchise. So he has played, so he has a lot of experience. He's around 27 years, has played over 120 T20 matches.
Yeah,
so
in addition to that, he's played on a World Cup winning under 19 team in 2016 when we did the triple in the world. And then you had Springer playing on that same team, so they know each other from a very young age.
That's a good point. That's down the leg side, and that should be 4 runs, is it? Yes, 4 runs there by Springer. Springer now moves on to 17 from 18 balls.
You know, I think what happened there is that Springer put him off a bit. He was going towards the leg side, so Odin Smith decided to follow him, but it was wide of the leg stump. And just getting a bat on that one down to fine leg for 4 runs. So he's got to keep his composure here. A lot of times you expect that, Adrian Barrett, that batsmen will try to move about the crease.
Yes.
And you have to concentrate on bowling with the original plan. The Yorkers can come into play, but you don't want to just follow the batsman. You want to bowl at that leg stump.
Yes, definitely. It takes a lot of discipline for a bowler to, even though we call it like a shimmy, the batsman will just a shimmy, just to, fake you to throw you off. And as a bowler, it takes a lot of discipline to maintain that original plan that he would have had, the original field placing. Oof, and that's 4 runs there. Beautiful lofted off drive for 4 by Springer. So is there a bit of a partnership developing here? The Windward Islands, they are showed in the past, I think it was in their opening game
Against Guyana. Yeah.
what they were able to do. So we can't count them out yet.
The good shot is a good shot because he shimmied, as you mentioned, and stood his ground, and again bowling in that slot and displayed over the top. So he's showing good awareness here. He's trying to put the bowler off. He understands the temperament of the bowler. He can get flustered sometimes, and this is good aggressive batting. Might give him a word or two.
Yeah, so 9 runs coming off this over. 1 delivery remaining. Odin Smith. That's guided down to short third man there with it. Oh, it looks like they want to come back for a second, but they decide not to. And at the end of the over, that's 10 off of it. It's 157 for 7 from 25 overs.
So what they would be looking at, Adrian, is to manipulate the strike, yes, but they will be looking at picking up 1 or 2 deliveries to the boundary, looking at getting the boundaries, and in the early parts of the over too, so to put ample pressure on the bowler. So if you can get a boundary in the first 2 deliveries or 2 boundaries in the first 2 deliveries, it puts immense pressure on the bowlers to continue to bowl well.
Yes.
Or not to bowl well, but to continue to readjust.
Yes, and at that scoring rate, they require 10 now from the last 5 overs. So 30 balls remaining, and they would need they need 10 runs and over. So a really interesting situation here unfolding at the Queen's Park Oval. And we see another bowling change. Is it Mindley? So Mindley now would be picking up the attack from the northern end, the media center end at the Queen's Park Oval, and he'll be bowling to Springer.
Yeah, 5 men outside the 30-yard circle, as mentioned. Protective all over on both sides of the pitch.
Oh, and he hits it there, and don't think it will carry to Odin Smith there. Yeah, they'll get 2 runs. Yeah, a bit slow off the marks there. Yeah, and then a bit of a misfield by Odin Smith. I guess after that last over, before, I know at this level, our fitness level, the fitness level needs to be at a high standard, but you could really see there, he's a bit tired.
Yeah, he's always struggled. He's always struggled with endurance. And this is something that, you hope that a young player works on, but he's always struggled. And that's not good to know. It's a truncated game. He's just bowled what? He'll bowl 6 overs collectively. He's just bowled 4 overs, and he's still struggling. Yeah. So you see a field change now because of that struggle. And the better fielder is being placed in that position. And this is what happens in the T20 scenario, especially at the death. You want the more efficient fielder, faster to the ball, good arms to be in the protective positions that where the ball most likely will go.
Yeah, so Blackwood there now taking that mid-wicket position, deep mid-wicket. So he swings a slower ball there by Mindley, good change of pace, and they're still able to get a single out of it. That will be a dead ball signal, so I'm guessing 5 runs. It hit the helmet, so that's 5 runs along with a single.
Yeah, that's sloppy.
Oh no, they wouldn't count.
No,
I don't think they will count. They'll just count 5 runs, yes.
That's absolutely sloppy cricket. At this point in time, when you're trying to be tight out there, the keeper has not gone down. He's created a space between both his pads and didn't collect it at all. He should have stopped that one and gone on to hit the helmet, and that's 5 runs, allotted 5 runs. That's well played. So easy runs coming here. 5 runs, 6 runs now. So that's 6 runs after the first, 2 balls? 2 deliveries?
Yes.
Really sloppy. Got to be refocused here. Look at the wicket keeper. He knows that he has done an awful job there. He's trying to motivate his players. Mainly bowling a slower ball previously. He's going to try to mix up his pace here. It's well bowled. Well bowled, looking for the second run. But that's Blackwood. Pace! Yeah. And good throw, good backed up type playing. Well done, Blackwood. He's really fast. In fact, I think that he's the fastest fielder in the regional cricket now.
Wow. Yeah, that's a great distance he had to cover there, because he pick up that ball inside the 30-yard circle, and he's feeling on a deep mid-wicket boundary. So bit of a slower outfield, which is a lot more work sometimes for the fieldsman, so on the boundary. And that's lobbed over cover there. Surprised even John Campbell just going over his head. So, but another run, importantly for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So their score now moves to 167, I believe, for 7. So the Windward Islands have shown that they are a fighting team in this tournament so far. So we wouldn't want to really count them out here at no point.
It's well played. Looking for the second run again.
Yeah, Blackwood quick off that boundary. Wow. Yeah, it's really quick. So at the end of the over here now, 7 wickets lost. 168 for 7 at the end of 26 overs. So welcome Astelren, who will be joining us here for the last, or maybe the last 4 overs of this match, as the Windward Islands Volcanoes try to chase down this 206 runs here, which would have been developed by the Duckworth-Lewis method. 206 runs, Windward Islands. So how you think it's looking here, Astel?
Very interesting indeed, Adrian. You couldn't have said it even better. It will be an interesting game, a tight one indeed. 4 more overs to go. Is that, am I reading it
Yes.
right? And it should be a tight one going all the way down to the wire, because the Jamaicans, they will try their utmost to defend that. Odin Smith is the man who has the ball in hand and who will be coming in to deny the Windward Islands Volcanoes this opportunity.
And that's slapped down to the sweeper boundary, the cover, and they will come back for a comfortable 2. So Springer here, a partnership here, starting to develop here between Springer. He's going along well. He is on 28 now from 25 deliveries. Cyrus 4 from 3 deliveries. So let's see how Odin goes at Springer. That's brilliantly fielded there by Odin Smith. Really nice to see when the bowler could, feel that good off of his own bowling, especially in a follow-through motion. But we know the situation of the game. Every run counts here.
Indeed. And Odin Smith brought out an excellent save there. He denied the Windward Islands a very quick single, maybe 2. So, but you had Springer, who has started well and doing well. Smith into bowl to Springer. Down the alley.
And that's a run-out opportunity, but they got home safely. So, currently we're not getting the scores on the screen, so we apologize for that. But hopefully our lovely cameraman would be able to pull up that scoreboard for us. So they're able to get it first, but
So Odin Smith is the man bowling to Cyrus, and Cyrus has a big swing at this one, misses. The ball goes to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So this is the close and happy hour. You can say the close and happy overs, where the Windward Islands batsmen will be looking to really to be in a joyous mood. They'll be going at everything hard because they are looking to bring this game home. Odin Smith is the man trying to deny them there.
oh, and
Another big swing indeed.
I think that's a really close there to that wide line there, Astel.
Very close indeed.
Yeah,
Almost to be called a wide. He was lucky to get away with it. The score is 171 for 7.
One more delivery in this 27th over. So thank you to our cameraman there.
A very hard-working cameraman indeed. Whatever we ask of him, he delivers on time. Smith once more to bowl. Another swing again, and this one was a little closer there as Odin Smith managed to get away with his last 3 deliveries, 3 dot balls. The score remains 171 for 7.
Of 27 overs. So we see 35 runs off the last 3 overs. So he required a rate 11.7. So it's an interesting game, as we mentioned before. Springer is on 28. He's a set batsman, looking really well. He's really aggressive, and Cyrus here really supported him. So Royal this is his last over, and Odin Smith has 1 more. So it will be interesting to see who will be the other 2 bowlers to bowl out the 29th and 30th over of this match. So it's the cloud cover, or it's getting close to that sunset period here now, Astel. So may be able to get in these overs before it's too dark.
Oh yes,
Hopefully
indeed,
so.
because at least you have the spinners operating, and we will be able to, I assume. But there's a wide there from Royal is the man who just bowl his first delivery. Why there? So for more looking at all things, we might be able to get in the required 30 overs. But Royal comes into bowl to Springer, and Springer hammers this one back to Royal. Royal fields to his own bowling, and there is no run. The score remains on 171 for 7. As Royal again, the left arm spinner.
Oh, that's hit over cover there. And it will be 4 runs to Springer. So a great shot there by him. A interesting shot there. Not really a full delivery, but just short of a length. Not that short also, but the placement was superb, because what he did, he actually tried to hit that in front of the sweeper there. It had more like a wider sweeper, more to that backward point region. Now they move around the sweeper now, and it's more in that cover, and he reverse sweep, but that would be no run, because obviously he's not a left-hand batsman. So I don't think the law caters for a switch it for it to be a leg side wide. And that's hit there. That should be safe. Straight back. And they will come back for a second. So some good batting here and good running also by the Windward Islands team.
Oh yes, they are pressing indeed. They are using their heads to really to get the required amount of runs. And let's see if the Jamaicans can deny them that. But Springer is a man bent on taking his team over the line.
That's hit down there to the deep sweeper in the gap, and they will come back again for another 2 runs. So 2 runs added to this total here is a really good effort by the Windward Islands. So really hard running. They're running the first one hard, which is important because you have that advantage if there's a fumble or you hit it just to the left or the right of that sweeper. And they run so they're really putting the Jamaican fielders under pressure here at the moment.
Exactly, and this is the closing stages of the game, so you'll find that most of them will be feeling the pressure of the day's play. They'll be a bit, as the day winds down, they'll be a bit feeling that tiredness. Is 181 for 7. Springer is on 37 of 33 deliveries, and Cyrus is on 4 of 6. So the required run rate is 12.15.
Yes.
The current run rate is 6.5. So at least they have some work to do, but they are going about that job to get things done.
Yes.
We see John Campbell there. He's marshalling his forces. He's directing things, while Mindy, the pacer, is the man with the ball in his hands.
Yes. So 2 overs remaining in this affair, and we see 12 and a half runs per over is needed in these last 2 overs. Per over, they will need that score. So pretty overcast here now. It's actually coming. Time now is 5:16, and we know sunset around this time of the year is a bit earlier as we come closer to that month of December. So it shouldn't be too bad.
Should be too bad indeed.
Yeah, but a fast bowler is bowling. So.
A fast bowler. So it's a race against time. It's a race for the batters to get the total, and it's a race for the fieldsmen to get in the overs and make sure that they can bowl out, or they may not be able to bowl out the team. It can be, yes, because you have 12 deliveries to do it, to pick up 3 wickets.
Yes.
So and you have 24 runs to get.
That's right. And originally, this game was after the reduction of overs. It was supposed to finish at like 5:18, and we still have 2 overs to bowl. So it's going over a bit. So, he's wrapped on the pad there, but get 1 run. So another important run here for the Windward Islands, and it will be leg byes. So Mindley here continuing from this northern end. He's obviously bowling his last over. He has 2 wickets for 32 runs and 5 vital deliveries here. I think this over here will actually decide if the Jamaica Scorpion win the game or not, depending on how this goes. The penultimate over, as they call it, is very important.
Very tight over indeed.
Oh, and he's bowled him. A beautiful delivery there by Minley. Slower ball, and he totally misjudged the pace of it, and he's bowled him.
Well, this guy's delivery indeed from Mindy. Let's have a look at it here on our replay. Slower ball, missed it completely,
Yeah.
and the ball crashed into the middle stump, disturbing the castle of Cyrus.
Yes. So another change of events here. 8 wickets down now for 182. So we'll look and see who the new batsman would be. And but the important thing for the Windward Islands at this time is that Springer is still in the wicket, but the new batsman would be facing Minley. So his job will be to get Springer on strike. I'm hoping that's the plan, because Springer being the set batsman, and his job will just be to make contact and try to run as hard as possible.
So Demba is a new batsman. He's the man who has replaced Cyrus, who was bowled all over the place by Mindy. Mindy will continue this over. This is a very important over, as pointed out by Adrian. I mean, it will dictate exactly where this game goes. If the Jamaicans will walk away with the victory, or the Windward Islands can get it over the line.
Yes, that required rate now goes up to 14.4, so it's climbing, and they would want the Scorpions would want that to be as high as possible going into that last over. So Minley now will be bowling at Demba,
Yes.
the new batsman, and they should be trying at some point here to try to prevent that single. But we yet to see what Demba is going to do, if he's going to try to swing for the stands or if he's going to be looking for that single. Yeah, he pushes there for one, and they wouldn't take that second run there, because there's still 3 deliveries remaining in the over, and Springer now will be looking to target his areas. We have to see what the fieldsman would be. So far we have a long on, a long off, a sweeper on the boundary, a deep mid wicket, and a backward square. So there's a pretty big gap between long off and the sweeper boundary, and that's one of the areas he would be targeting. There's no third man, so he can't afford to be too wide here. And that should be out, and that's taken there. Good catch there in the field there. And that's an excellent catch. And we could see the Jamaicans here celebrating, because I believe they are sensing blood here still.
Yes, indeed. I mean, having taken the wicket of Springer, who was on the go, an excellent catch indeed from the fieldsman there. He went, he took a well-judged catch, and Springer makes his way off the ground, knowing that with him goes any chances of the Windwards coming away with the win. He scored an excellent 27 of just 33 deliveries, less than that. 20. So
Martin is the new batsman in, replacing Springer, the set batsman. The required rate now climbs to 17.3. So this penultimate over here, we see it in most times, that a lot of times, we captains would always be considering who will be bowling the last over. But that penultimate over, that over before the last over, could either make or break the game. So
very important indeed. Very important indeed.
John Campbell there making what we would say now, a good decision by bowling Minley here. He would have had a plan. He would have known that Minley here probably is very familiar with this particular situation. The fast bowler, a bit more difficult to hit, because you have to really hit this heavier ball, and he plays it there, no run. So still one run remaining. One ball is remaining in this over, and the required rate now goes to 19.7.
Making it very difficult indeed for the batting team, the Windward Islands, because they haven't lost a very important wicket of Springer. Springer was the man who was very aggressive and who was going after the bowlers, and they picked up his wicket at a very crucial time in the game. So you find that Mindy is the man who has done the damage, and he comes in to bowl his final delivery of the penalty over.
And he drives there, and that will be no run. So at the end of the 29th over, it's 183 for 9, and the required run rate, or the last over, the Windward Islands Volcanoes require 23 runs off the last over. So a very big effort here is needed by the Windward Islands. It seems like Odin Smith will have the honor of bowling this last over. Would be one of the most experienced bowlers when it comes to this last over, this death over, last over here in this game. So I think 23 runs is enough to work with Astle as a bowler,
Well,
with
I mean,
9 wickets down.
I think Odin Smith will be very pleased that he has 23 runs to work with just 6 deliveries. He won't be all that anxious, and he'll be very relaxed indeed. You can see he's trying out his run to make sure he gets everything right, because if things can go wrong in this over for him, about 23 runs in the final over is quite comfortable for any bowler. Especially when you're bowling to the last 2 batsmen at the crease. That is, you're bowling to two of the not two accomplished batsmen, and one is quite new at the crease. So you'll be very comfortable, very confident indeed that you can keep them away from getting that 23 runs in the final over.
So Demba there hits that down to the backward square boundary, and it will just be 1 run. I can't see them really getting 2 runs there from that fielder. He was really quick on it, so they require now
22 from 5? From
22
5?
from 5, and the fielders on the boundary. We have a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, and a sweeper. A short third man and a short fine leg. So Odin Smith would be looking to bowl pretty straight here, or maybe some slower deliveries here outside off stump. So, and that will just be 1 run to the new batsman. That's Martin. 21 from 4 required from this final over.
So far, so good. As Jamaica are concerned, that things are going to plan, because the boundaries are not coming, and Odin Smith are keeping things very quiet, down to one run per ball so far.
That's hit down to kind of mistimed down to long on. Will just be, and this should be a run out. Yes, and he's out. And that's the end of the match. The Jamaica Scorpions has won. And what a interesting turn of events here. The Windward Islands here chasing 106 and were not able to. They bowl out here for, I believe, 185.
185, yeah. They fall short by...
Yeah.
186?
20. Oh. Yeah. 186 runs. And 186 all out. They lose by 20 runs.
20 runs. They're coming up short by 20 runs. So it was an excellent effort by the Jamaicans to come back into this game, because we had that long interruption when they were going quite good during their innings. The rains came and it caused the whole game, the whole format to change, and they went to the Duckworth-Lewis system, and where the Windwards was at 206 in 30 overs, and it so happened that Jamaica has restricted them, bowled them out for 186 in their 30 overs. So
Yeah.
well done to John Campbell and his men, Adrian.
Yes, and interestingly, looking at the turn of events in this game, usually the team batting second in the shorter format when there is the Duckworth-Lewis method, we usually think that it benefits the batting team. But interestingly, in this situation, when I looked at it, to score 206 from 30 overs, at close to 7 runs and over, it was sort of even Stevens then. It was right, there for both teams to win. So not a great advantage batting second here in this game with the Duckworth-Lewis method. But thankfully, when the Windward Islands, when the amount of wickets that would have lost, it would have really affected that Duckworth-Lewis method. But at the end of the day, it worked out in favor of the Jamaica Scorpions.
Oh yes, indeed. And during the innings of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, you had some crucial moments where they lost the top player of Alex Athenaeus when he went. It was a big blow indeed. And then when the skipper Ambrose went, at the time he went at it was also a serious blow to their run chase. And then coming down to the end, they lost Sharma Springer. He was going after it, and he was looking pretty good. It looked like if he would have taken them over the line, but he went and he was dismissed, and so the effort fell short. But we say, a good effort by the Windward Islands, and we say an excellent victory by the Jamaicans.
Yes, so just to give you some of the bowling figures here, mainly 4 wickets in his 6 overs. Odin Smith, 2 wickets here in his 5.3 overs, and Redwood here, 2 wickets from his 6 overs. So this would have been a really good effort here by the Jamaica Scorpions. This would really help them here in their pursuit towards this championship. And as we see here at the Queen's Park Oval, the sunset, it's really getting dark here now, and I think that this would be a wrap here at the Queen's Park Oval. We would have witnessed a really good game. At one point, we thought it would have had no cricket after that rainfall, and it was good to see some cricket at the end, and the Jamaica Scorpions were able to win this game.
Yes, Adrian, because once you come to the Queen's Park Oval, once I come to the Queen's Park Oval, I come to look at cricket, and I think all those who here, our technical staff and the commentators, we came to see cricket, and the officials at the Oval, they came to see cricket, and they saw a very good game indeed. As you said, it is close to wrap time, so I hand it over to you, Adrian, to take us home.
So to all our viewing fans around the world, we want to thank you for tuning in today, and we welcome you to our next game, which will be Thursday. There's no games carded for tomorrow, and we look forward to having you on the Windies Cricket channel here on YouTube.